powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
The GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign is an initiative that's part of our 22nd anniversary celebrations. In 22 years, we have championed a lot of initiatives, but this year we want to focus on the indiscipline on the roads, and we believe it is high time. If you look at the statistics that are emerging, it tells you that this is a national issue that we need to focus attention on. Many people are dying on the roads, needless accidents, avoidable death, and we think it's about time to shed light on it and bring some attention to it. So over the next several weeks and months, we're going to be calling on Ghanaians to also share with us their experience on the roads and the indiscipline that they have faced from other road users. This is a big conversation that we need to have to bring some attention to this pandemic. If you know, the coronavirus has ravaged the world. In Ghana, over 500 people have died, but the statistics from the road accident last year suggest that over 2,000 people lost their lives. That tells you how big a problem the indiscipline on our roads are, and we want to focus attention on it. So you'll be seeing a lot of stories on roads on indiscipline on our roads, on drivers and their experiences on the various roads and the potholes. The government says this year is also the year of roads, so I think it fits in perfectly with the agenda of the government of the day. So that's the road safety campaign, and we promise to effect change by the end of this campaign.
I don't think I will take the vaccine because this vaccine is not something that is going to help me. Why is it that the Americans didn't say they should try the vaccine themselves, but they're rather pushing it to we the Africans? We the Africans are having a little problem because this vaccine is not something that is going to help me. They should try themselves. Because he didn't explain much to us to understand what is going on about the vaccine. What he's telling us is that the vaccine will be coming in Ghana very soon, and what is not supposed to be done. They need to educate more about the vaccine before we can get to it. You just bring vaccine and you just get a particular people. Let them try to the ministers and let's see what will happen to them before they go to we the black men. Do not give them to the nurses and the doctors. They shouldn't try to them first. They should rather try to the government. Those who are on this in the high table, they should not try the vaccine before we know what is going on. If the nurses and the doctors are taking the vaccine, who is going to take care of us? Who is going to take care of we the Ghanaians?
I don't know anything about it. And I know the injection, it can bring sickness, more sickness to us, even down the coronavirus. So I will not inject. And if they are going to inject, they should start from the parliament. If nothing happens now, they can come here and start us again. So, and the education, I don't know anything about the education.
I will take the vaccine when government teach us about the vaccine, because it's come to protect us getting the COVID-19.
So you feel that you don't have the needed education on the vaccine?
No, I don't have anything. I didn't hear any education about it.
It is evident that a lot of people are expressing misgivings about the vaccine due to lack of education. Well, as it stands, we cannot conclude. Only time will tell. Sarah Duburi reporting for GhanaWeb TV.
I don't think I will take the vaccine because this vaccine is not something that is going to help me. Why is it that the Americans didn't say they should try the vaccine themselves, but they're rather pushing it to we the Africans? We the Africans are having a little problem because this vaccine is not something that is going to help me. They should try themselves. Because he didn't explain much to us to understand what is going on about the vaccine. What he's telling us is that the vaccine will be coming in Ghana very soon, and what is not supposed to be done. They need to educate more about the vaccine before we can get to it. You just bring vaccine and you just get a particular people. Let them try to the ministers and let's see what will happen to them before they go to we the black men. Do not give them to the nurses and the doctors. They shouldn't try to them first. They should rather try to the government. Those who are on this in the high table, they should not try the vaccine before we know what is going on. If the nurses and the doctors are taking the vaccine, who is going to take care of us? Who is going to take care of we the Ghanaians?
I don't know anything about it. And I know the injection, it can bring sickness, more sickness to us, even down the coronavirus. So I will not inject. And if they are going to inject, they should start from the parliament. If nothing happens now, they can come here and start us again. So, And the education, I don't know anything about the education.
I'll take the vaccine when government teach us about the vaccine, because it's come to protect us getting the COVID-19.
So you feel that you don't have the needed education on the vaccine?
No, I don't have anything. I didn't hear any education about it.
It is evident that a lot of people are expressing misgivings about the vaccine due to lack of education. Well, as it stands, we cannot conclude. Only time will tell. Sarah Duburi reporting for GhanaWeb TV.
So I'm going to say for Yalena Biaka Bebre, no more, Yakanto Mashade. Ye knew of you who no more see the pan in the summer, more Yalena, Yana common mom, who told dear. And you be who's a pan and a papa and a sanya papa. Naya fancy Bimu Yalia, my young be a tear wanted, and who yes, as I see a walk. Yeah, you go on a young, you'll be unconfirmed so Yale. Obianka said, Mimi Yalen Biachimi. Ella Wilson Cassian Biachimi. No more think of Yalen Biaka for beer. You don't mash SCC there, Mebois. No more someone you do mash themselves. Yes, the so many some who told dear. Yabawa.
In so better from an decay. And shall say from Parliament. Parliamentarians say, and young painful Bebreno. They say a woman. Say they had to about not say a cocoa to be a show the TV. Young woman say, should be, you who sounds like a weapon. And a man paying so, or soon will be near who are yes, a better my Yahweh. Then so say, young will be a man who young TV, so yes, we am
because I'm Profi, I'm water. I'm water, some water, my dear. You better walk. Go to the papa. The bear papa, dear, bear walk, then your papa, dear young walk. A bear free Ghana. Who do woman your own concrete? You need a back.
Yes, my own idea. Obian or pay for a semi pacodo. Yadia, eh, yapa. Sir, say I hear man and I honor any free bar more. Or to me, unity so to the chess or my idea when you say, I'm not a woman panama motoya. Because when I am a dear comedy, but I know I never want me. I don't know why me know what food be. And to me, who internet and maybe I say, or one dear do no more, my woman. The one cousin I did one more. It is so much to me that some who are dear or I'm a one. I'm the buyer, so you too. My antima who say, be a cost or neighbor who are no more someone, and know that I say what they are. In fact, I don't want you more. I'm to me, TV, so many who's I'm from Italy. I'm on a only idea solid more. And tell me to me who TV some part. Oh, Italy, I want to buy 10. I am a motor. Because we miss Roya, dear Pa, I don't know if they money.
Because you're near to my move. If you were more someone who drew, or when you drew, I was saying, a man or more when you do. You come on. Normally, I drew the taxi on me who say, yes, you're be my man, you don't know correct. I don't want me, I'm on mine yet. Then you will brony the hour, no defeat their background on someone, and I'm with the breast here. Into the soccer, and more than I'll be coming. I just got Tiancanesa. This Nana, so a science can be, and maybe a all JDR, and you want some first can come on and call for one because I'm trusting.
Right, man must survive. So today we are talking food and we are looking specifically at pot gardening. I'm not talking about flowers in pots or ornamental plants in pots. We are looking at organic food crops in pots. Contumely, cauliflower, cabbage, beetroot, you name them. But we have a very hardworking woman who is doing this right from her backyard garden. She calls it the Dreams Garden, and her story caught our attention, so we decided to put the spotlight on her and share her story with the rest of the world. Let's go meet our guest.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How do you do?
I'm good. You?
I'm very well. So our guest is Deborah Ofosua Boateng, and she's an events planner as well as should I say gardener or a farmer?
Gardener.
Right. Nice to meet you.
Same.
Okay. So pots gardening. How does this whole thing work?
Okay. So the difference between pot gardening is we use pot while the others have landscape or land they use. So basically it's pot. When we say pot, it depends on what pot you use. I use the clay pots basically because it doesn't absorb a lot of heat. Air moves freely in it, so the plant feels like it's actually in the soil. So I use basically pots to plant all the vegetables that I use.
Why pots though?
Okay, so pots because I don't have land.
Okay.
So
that's you trying to make the most of
what I have. Yes, the resources I have. Pots because I don't have land. 2, I realized that even if I had land, I won't be able to have all the plants I need in my little space. My space is small. But with the pots, we have all the nutrients in one space, yet we can have so many plants in a small area.
Nice. I love what you've done with this, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
So tell me about your garden. You call it Dreams Garden.
Yes.
Why the name Dreams Garden?
Okay, so the name because I think one time I was asleep and I had a dream of a plant like this, but just that it was carrot.
Okay.
So I kept thinking, how can I plant? How can I have plants when I don't have soil like I saw? I didn't see soil. So I started with plastics. I started with plastic buckets like what we have here, gallons. These are gallons that have been cut. So I started with gallons like this because the concept of pots looked very expensive to me. So I started with gallons. When I see people, I tell them, listen, when you buy your oil and you exhaust them, kindly give me your gallons. When you buy water, the bigger gallon, I think 250 something, when you buy it, please give me the gallons. Then I come wash them nicely and then
cut and then
and then plant in them. Well, so the plants were doing well, especially cabbage, ginger. So
when did you have this dream?
That should be in 2012 thereabout. But I actually started it in 2015.
Okay.
Yes, the latter part of 2015 I started the gallons and then plastics, old buckets.
You started with what plants?
I started with ginger. Ginger was the first crop I did. Then I introduced cabbage. When I introduced cabbage, it was difficult because I didn't know how to water and all that. So I went to the net, learned how to do or give them food and then water without suffocating or choking them. So the cabbage did well. Then I introduced contumely. So in the past 5 years, I have never bought cabbage, never bought ginger, never bought contumely. And then it's not like we always have to, it's just the same thing I am propagating.
Do you have any agric background?
No, aside what I did in JHS and
so you learned this all on the internet?
Yes, please. I think years back, we had a little garden at home. So I got some of the things from there. I remember what we did in our homes. Yes, please. So
okay. And so what food stuff or what things do you have? What makes up your garden?
Okay. I have here now, there are 2 parts of the garden. There is the other side at the back house. This is the front. So I have over here, I have cabbage, I have mint, I have parsley, I have tomatoes, I have basil, I have contumely, I have squash, I have pepper, I have turmeric, I have holy basil, lettuce, spring onions, and then eggplants. I have thyme as well, and then yellow melons, ginger, cauliflower, garlic, peppermint. The peppermint, there are different types. Peppermint, we have the spearmint, we have the peppermint, and then we have the red mint. Then I have beetroot, and then tea grass here.
Okay.
So all in all, I have 24 plants here.
In your house?
Yes, please.
So you got this idea started in 2015.
Yes, please.
Where did you get the seeds, and how did you progress to pots and ties?
Okay.
I see some ties.
You see some ties. Okay, so I did the gallons to start with. Then I got my seeds from the agro shop at Ministry of Agric.
Okay.
So I was being careful what breed to get, but I knew that with them, because they are the licensed seed distributors, I knew that I was going to get the exact breed I wanted, and I wanted to do purely organic. So that's where I got the seed, and that's why I still get my seed till now.
Okay.
Then I started the pots. The pots came in. Like I said, I didn't know I could fund the pots because we know pots are expensive.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to use cement pots either. Okay. I wanted to do the real
used for the flowers.
Flowers, okay. Yes, please. People, yes. So I didn't want to use that because it was food. I can be sure of the clay, not too sure what cement will do to the food. Yes. So because over time, the plants stay there for a long time. Over time, the cement might be introduced to the food. So I met a lady, Esther, who comes from Tefle. When she got to me one time, I told her this is what I was doing, that I wanted pots, but I didn't know how to get it. Then she said in Tefle, they actually mold the pots. So all the pots you see here came from Tefle. Okay. What I did was that I think that we should not despise little beginnings. So I didn't buy, over here, I have 149 pots just here. That is only the clay pots, excluding the plastic ones. Wow. And then I have about 100 at the back house. You see, we have lost some.
That's
because
over 200.
Yes. So all in all, we have over 250 clay pots, excluding the plastic ones. Okay. But I bought them in beads. I would organize myself, go buy like 20 pots, bring them there in here, and then the next transplant, instead of transplanting into plastic pots, I transplant them into the clay pots. So I bought them in 10s, then in 20s, and then in 30s, but never bought 40 at a time.
Okay. How much did it cost you? Because you were looking at the expense as well.
Yes. So I'll say that a small pot is about 50 cedis.
Okay.
A small pot like we have here is about 50 cedis. And because I knew that I wasn't doing a decor, something for people to see and say, oh no, this pot is nice, but I was concentrating on the food. I didn't go for very expensive pots like we have here. I just use them to line up. So when you come in, they are nice, but the rest are the clay pots. So 40, from 40, you get some at 120, depending on the size and then the mold you want.
Okay. And is this for commercial purposes, or is it just for your family?
Okay, so I started with the intention of just for my mother. I wanted to experiment. I wanted her to live long. So I wanted to experiment with my mother. That was just why I started. So
to give her healthy food.
Yes, to give her healthy food. To see if food really changes our body.
Okay.
Yes. So I remember that when we started, we were picking cabbage fresh. And the cabbage didn't feel like what we buy from outside. It was much fleshy. And then the other thing too is that they tasted slightly bitter. Not like what we take. So when you cook with it, it's fleshier. It's like it's more yield. The cabbage too were bigger. Yet we're not adding fertilizer. So I started with the intention of feeding just my home. But as it grew, you know, when you harvest and it's there, you can't say you want to keep it for the home and waste it. And because we are always planting, we always have some nest after the next harvest. So now we sell out.
So how do you get your soil fertilized?
I use purely organic stuff like cow dung and then chicken waste. Then I use fresh egg. Fresh egg neutralizes the gives nutrition to the soil, which the plant intends feed on. Then I use moringa leaves. I mash them, spray it on the plants. By the next one, you see the plant smiling. Then I use banana. Yes, when I buy banana and I have some wasted because I'm not able to use it immediately, I blend and then spray my crops with it. And all these things fertilize the plants.
How expensive is maintaining this garden?
It's not expensive at all. It's not, because I bought the pots once and then they stay till I mistakenly break them.
Okay.
Or the only time you lose it is when it's broken. Yes. The only thing you have to be changing is the soil and then the nutrients you add to the soil.
They are actually making more profits than loss.
At all. I don't think we make
any
losses at all, because until you break a pot, and hardly will you break 2 pots in a month. In a whole year, you might have broken only 3 pots, because I am careful. They mean a lot to me. I'm careful with them. So.
And what has been your biggest yield so far since you started?
The biggest yield I've harvested a lot of onions. I think in 2016, onion was a bumper harvest. Then cabbage is constant. Cabbage has been nice to me. Cabbage loves me. Then lettuce also loves me. I have a lot of mint here. So we have, depending on the season, in October, late October, we harvested so much tomatoes that aside selling and feeding, we did not have hands for. So it's been nice to me.
So we'll come back to that conversation.
Yes, please.
But we are speaking to Deborah Ofosu-Boateng. She is a unique farmer who's doing pot gardening, and she's been telling us her story. Let's take a quick break. We'll return and learn more, as well as tour this beautiful garden.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us. We are at the residence of Deborah Ofosu-Boateng here at Techi Nungwa, and we are speaking to her about pot gardening and everything it entails. So doesn't this limit you, as in how many plants can a pot take at a time? Doesn't it limit how much you can yield or produce?
Okay, thank you. It doesn't limit me at all, because if this space I have here was land, I believe that it wouldn't take up to 30 plants.
Okay.
Yes, because you need to leave space in between the plants so that they can express themselves. They don't fight over nutrition. They don't fight over oxygen. They don't fight they don't struggle with each other. When they touch on each other, it limits their growth aside fighting over nutrition.
Okay.
So you can see that just over here I have, aside the pot, the ceramic pots or the clay pots, I have plastic ones. So just here I have about 220 plants.
Okay.
Just in this space. If it were a land, I would just have had about 25 plants. That is if I want good yield.
So this is actually more advantageous compared to planting on land.
Yes, please, because the nutrients too is concentrated at one place.
Okay.
So the plant gets all the nutrients it needs
in one place.
And I don't lose the nutrients either. With land, when it rains, and then the rain actually collects or sweeps away the nutrients. This one is preserved for me, so I don't lose. And then the plants actually bear more fruits. Yes, because in one plant you should only keep, in one pot you should only keep one plant if you want good yield.
Okay.
Same way on land, you just plant one crop at one place and leave about 5 feet.
Okay.
So they don't struggle.
But you don't need to keep that 5 feet here.
No, not at all. Yes,
they are in the pots.
Yes,
beautiful. Do people buy from you?
Yes, please. A lot of people buy. People who are conscious of their health and what they put in buy from us.
Because they know it's organic?
It's purely organic, yes, please.
I see. Okay. And do you have challenges with pests or diseases since you started in 2015?
Yes, please. Their crops are just like us. They are like human beings. So once in a while, they show symptoms of not feeling well. What we do is that one of the pests I have had issues with is white flea. Yet there are chemicals that are given to us from from Ministry of Agric. We have people coming here to check on the plants. So when they see there is an issue, they prescribe a drug for you for that particular issue, which takes care of it in less than 24 hours. So you don't lose your yield.
Okay, and when you say people buy, are you talking about individuals or supermarkets? Or
no, individuals for now.
Okay.
Individuals for now. I advertise through social media and stuff like that. So individuals buy from us. We have not gotten to the scale of a supermarket. We can't keep up with the supply.
And do you have any external experts coming to help you, maybe extension officers?
Yes. I have extension officers allocated for my garden who come on inspection at least once a week, sometimes twice a week.
And what are some of the things they look out for when they come here?
Yes, so they keep teaching me. Then they look at the new things I'm also inventing.
Okay.
They're looking at how I propagate. So when they come in, at first I didn't know I had to keep just one plant in a pot. So because I was looking at getting more yield, I was doing 2 in a pot.
Okay.
They said no. They insisted on one in a pot. And I realized that the product I was getting became bigger and nicer. Yes, so they educate us.
And are you being recognized by anybody? Is your work going beyond your home? Is anyone else seeing you?
Yes, I think that last year, last year I was awarded Best Gardener for the whole of Crow. I believe it's not because of size. Garden is the space and what you are able to do with the space. And then I'm the only pot gardener here too, and I'm doing it well. So I was recognized. I'll show you my certificate when we're done.
That's nice. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
You're doing a good job, and we are happy people are recognizing
it.
But
please, thank you.
We want to just take a quick tour of your garden before we wrap up.
Yes, please. Thank you. You're welcome.
Just take us through each plant and tell us something little about it. What do we have here, for instance?
Okay, so over here I have tomatoes. Then I have parsley.
Okay.
We have lettuce here. I think you can see the eggs. Yes. The egg is serving as the nutrition for it. I keep it far from the roots because egg holds it like starch.
Okay.
So if it's too close to the plant, it will kill the roots. Yes. This is my nursery actually. I nurse the crops here.
Then, before you move them into the bigger pots.
And over here there is a lot of shade, so the plant is not forced. The plant is not forced to die because too much heat. Would. So when I transplant, I keep them here too. There is shade here, but there is a little sunlight here to prepare it for the sun.
Okay.
Otherwise, when you just move it, the plant will go into shock.
And so it moves from complete shade to a little bit of shade and sun, and then finally the sun.
Yes, please. Okay. So I have cabbages that are ready, that is due in just 2 weeks. Yes. In fact, you don't have to wait for your cabbage to bulb We sell in the pots as well. We sell the plants with the pots as well. So if you pick a plant like the cabbage and you buy 2 pots from us, we will show you how to use them, because you don't have to cut the whole crop if you don't need the whole crop.
As in people buy the entire pot with the plant.
Yes, please.
I see.
Yes, please. Like this is an example of it. A plant like this is lettuce. You can see that this lettuce has grown longer than what you see. Now, if I have to fix salad this morning for you, all I need is to pick some lettuce from here. Just what I need. You don't have to pick from the top. You pick from beneath it. Just enough for the salad, so you don't have to keep the salad in the fridge till another time. So this is good enough for breakfast.
So this is you plucking it off the entire stem?
Yes.
But it doesn't spoil anything?
No. In 3 days, I can pick what I have here. So this, just 2 pots is enough for like 2 months. So that is the advantage of the pot gardening and what I do. If you buy it with a pot, I show you how to handle them. Because when you buy lettuce like this, probably this plant will be like 5 cedis or 10 cedis in the market. Yes. And the organic, the organic is more expensive because of what it takes. Yes. So when you buy it this way, what happens is that I will show you how to handle the plants. You don't have to introduce any nutrients when the plant is grown. It just survives by itself. With cabbage too, yes. So when you harvest, the first harvest, you don't uproot the whole thing. You just cut the head, and then the next time is fruiting, you have like 3 or 4 heads
from that one stem.
Yes.
I see.
Yes.
I see.
Okay.
So we have cabbage, we have
cauliflower, we have aubergine, we have mint, we have contomere here. A lot of contomere. We harvested contomere the day before yesterday.
Okay.
Yes. And then this is what we have again. And contomere, all you have to do is...
A day before yesterday?
Yes. A day before yesterday, I combined contomere, spinach, and then aubergine for my sauce with yam. And it's good. It's good because I gave somebody who has BP some on Wednesday, and said, you know what, Thursday, which was yesterday, please check your BP, let me know. And the person gave me back a report that the BP was 11975. When the previous day it was 14280. Yes, that day the person ate a combination of contomere, spinach, and aubergine. I can't prescribe for what I don't know. I can only speak for what I do. No, what I do, because I know that is the real organic thing you are doing. Because so if you probably take from somewhere else, and then
it might not produce the same results.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Okay. This is spinach. Very high in iron, potassium, and all that. So this can be used in place.
It's a creeping plant.
Yes, it is. It can be used in place of contomere. If you don't have contomere, you can use the spinach. Okay. You can combine it. You can use it for your juices. You can use it for soup, the ebunu, and then all that. Now we are trying something different. I mistakenly nipped the wrong plant from the roots.
Okay.
So now it's not in soil.
Yeah, it's in plastic.
It's in plastic.
With water.
Just water.
And it's growing.
And that is it.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it means you don't just stick to what you know. You keep
I keep exploring. I keep doing new things because I can't be buying seed after seed after seed. That's a lot of cost. This is spring onion.
Okay.
So if I have to sell it, then I have to extract.
Okay.
But if
it's for home use.
If it's for home use, I nip. If I sell to you, I let you know how to nip it, what length to nip, and then you always have fresh.
So it grows from the
yes, please. Okay. It goes. And this is garlic I have just next.
Oh, okay.
In 2 weeks, I will be harvesting spring garlic. So I'll use it like the spring onions, and then others will be left to bulb. This is the turmeric plant. Most people mistake it for ginger, so I'll put some. So see.
Oh.
So this is the turmeric you buy. The smell is nice. This is good for us during this time of COVID because straight to start with, it takes away congestion.
Okay.
As soon as, even when you have catarrh and you take it, in less than 30 minutes, you blend or use it as tea, either juice or tea. As in less than 15 minutes, it clears the congestion, stops headache, controls your BP and all that. And this is our beautiful turmeric. Yes.
It looks like ginger, just
yes, and it's orange
yeah,
and beautiful. Yes, so this is turmeric. We just I nursed carrot 3 days ago. In a week's time, you see the shoots. So I have ginger also here. So I haven't bought ginger in more than 5 years.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay, actually, you started with ginger, so yeah.
So this is beautiful ginger for you. The taste is different.
How different?
It's stronger in smell and in taste. Very different from what we have on the market.
It's very fresh.
Yes, please. You will taste some very shortly. Then this is from the family of basils. But this is the ordinary akukomesa our mothers use in cooking our live soup and chicken meals. So once they are doing live soup with chicken, they introduce it. But what we don't know is that it has a lot of health benefits like controlling your BP, drops your sugar.
I can smell it even
through your nose mask. Yes, same here. So this is the basil, the akukomesa. That's what we usually call it. In fact, if you have even mouth odor and then you just put it in water for a while and then you gargle, it just has a way of calming that strong odor. We just harvested pepper 3 days ago, but we still have some here. This variety is the small one. Then we have the big sun pepper, and then our cabbage is bobbing. You see how fresh our cabbage looks, and then how big it looks. Yes.
So if I'm buying this cabbage, for instance, when it's mature,
yes,
and I'm buying it with the pods.
Okay, so if you buy just the flesh, we'll weigh it. Usually it's about 5 cedis, 10 cedis, between 5 cedis and 10 cedis. But if you are buying with the pot, usually these are the pots we sell. So this is lettuce. This lettuce cannot go bad unless, of course, you expose it to goats and other things. With other ones, we use ashes. So the pot itself is 15 cedis. That's how I bought the pot. 15 cedis. Then my soil I'm selling at about 5 cedis because I've introduced a lot of. Then the lettuce is good seed, a good variety and all that. I'm giving that to you at 10 cedis because when you take it home, you can use it over a long time. So all in all, plus my labor is going for 35 cedis.
That's affordable.
Yes, because when you look at how long,
exactly,
yes, you're going to use it. Yes. The reason I am not looking at selling at 40 or 50 is that I'm thinking, I think the Coca-Cola thought. Now, when you take it home and you finish using the plant, bring me back my pot and then my soil. Then I'll give you another plant at 20 cedis. Okay, so this is my box you asked for. It's my baby.
Your baby?
Yes, my baby.
It's the freshest among the lot.
Yes, it's my baby. These are beautiful snails.
Okay.
These are snails.
This is the only protein thing you want?
Yes. These are lovely snails.
Wow.
Smiling snails. You see, saying hello.
How long have you had them?
Okay, so I've had this for 3 years.
Oh, okay.
Yes, please. At the Farmer's Day, it was one of the things I exhibited.
Wow.
I've had them for the box for 3 years.
Thank you so much for sharing your story. We've been
Thank you
enlightened, and we are hoping that so many other people get to learn. Now, I'm sure that through her story, you've come to understand that it becomes more of a hobby over time. She's been doing this for more than 5 years,
Yes,
and
please.
now the benefits are an ending for her. This is pot gardening, an organic food which
Yes, please.
actually helps to build your health and all of that. We've been speaking to Deborah Ofosua Boateng at her residence here, backyard gardening in pots from Teshinungwa. My name is Wandami Hagan, reporting for GhanaWeb TV.
So far, I'm not aware that any Ghanaian journalist has called for the killing of judges or any people from any other profession. I haven't seen it. What I've seen are politicians who are calling for the killing of journalists and the burning of the houses of their opponents. Even those politicians did not receive the kind of threats contained in the statement which has been issued about journalistic practice. And I think that sometimes we ought to be fair to ourselves. You understand? Judges are not the only people who have been killed in this country. Regrettable as the killing of journalists, of judges may be, we have had a history of the assassination of journalists. Recently, Ahmed Swali. Even his killers have not been found, and so on. So are we entitled to also be issuing threats to other professionals, and so on? Are we entitled? And if we are not entitled to be issuing threats because some of our colleagues have been killed, judges also have no right to be issuing threats to us on account of the fact that some of their people have been killed. Fair and simple. Again, I think it's important for us to understand clearly that media freedom does not belong to practitioners. Media freedom is a freedom which is enjoyed by every citizen. And our infractions, even if they occur, does not guarantee, does not justify the withdrawal of freedoms which should be enjoyed by 30 million Ghanaians. So there can be no justification for this statement full of threats. There can be no justification for this attempt to return us back to the days of the culture of silence. Those of you who are legal practitioners, and of course every professional journalist, at least at school, does basic law, the law of contempt, the law of libel, and so on. We have to learn it as part of our profession. There's nothing in the law, there's absolutely nothing in the law which says that when judges have made decisions, those decisions cannot be criticized. There's nothing in the law. Besides, we've got to understand in clear terms that when people sit in judgment over others in the courts, whether it's the Supreme Court, the High Court, Court of Appeal, and so on, they are acting on behalf of the people of this country. They are not acting on their own behalf. And the powers they exercise are powers that belong to all the people of Ghana. And if they exercise our powers, if they act on our behalf, we are entitled to criticize them when, in our view, what they've done does not represent what we expect. Finish. The first statement I'd like to make is that all of us are solidly behind our executives in their reaction to the veiled threats that have been issued on behalf of the Judicial Service of Ghana. We are firmly behind our leadership because we are not ready under any circumstance to surrender even 1 centimeter of the freedom we have fought for, and we intend to keep that freedom. You know, most of the times, everybody, any institution, they feel free to criticize us, to point to our incompetence, to allege that we subvert the law and so on, but they deny us the right to do same to them. The freedoms which allow judges in this country to try and make decisions are the same freedoms which allow us to practice. And the subversion of media freedom is a subversion of the freedom of all people. We would not take these threats lying down, and we will do our jobs as prescribed by the Constitution and the interest of the people of this country. There are so many issues which arise out of this letter, this threat which has been issued allegedly on behalf of the Judicial Service, which may not be the concern of the Ghana Journalists Association. For example, I don't think that we are entitled to ask why, of all the personnel available to the Judicial Service, if the Judicial Service wants to issue a statement, it will spend taxpayers' money in hiring a law firm to issue that statement on its behalf. One of the critical problems that this statement presents to us is simply that if you read the statement, you don't know what the statement is saying. The statement does not even clarify what is an offense and what is not an offense. It's just a vague threat intended to cow us. We are not responsible for the anger in our society. The anger in our society has been caused by the irresponsibility of those at the helm of affairs in all departments of the nation. And we cannot be held responsible for the irresponsibility of our leaders. We cannot be held responsible for the irresponsibility of all the sectors of the society. If there's anger in the society which needs to be addressed, let us find the root cause of that anger and deal with it collectively as a people. And we must deal with it as journalists, as doctors, as engineers, as drivers, as masons, as carpenters, and as all citizens of this country. We would not allow ourselves to be held as scapegoats for the misbehavior and irresponsibility of national leadership. On behalf of all those in media practice, we would like to serve a clear notice that we stand behind our leaders solidly. Nothing will shake our support for our leaders in this battle against the veiled attempt to cow us down. Today, we cannot forget leaders of the Ghana Journalists Association, leaders of our profession, like Cabral Bleamihia, like Professor Kwame Kaikari, like Yao Graham, and so on, who stood and fought for these freedoms that we enjoy today. We would not let them down. We would not let down people like Akoto Ampao, people who are not professional journalists, but who joined us in that struggle. We are together, and we will win against those who want to roll back media freedom. Victory will certainly be ours.
The citadel of press freedom and free expression, as well as a bastion of our democracy. This hurriedly convened press conference has been triggered, as we all know, by a statement by the Judicial Service through its lawyers, in which it ordered the media to immediately pull down from their platforms statements and speeches which convey and or insinuate hateful, spiteful,
vengeful, incendiary communication against justices of the Supreme Court, especially those hearing the election petition. Furthermore, the media must prevent the publication of such statements and speeches. The Judicial Service then threatened to take, as is put it, appropriate action to ensure that the media do not abuse the right to free speech. Ladies and gentlemen of the media, the GJA is, to put it mildly, dumbstruck in reading this obnoxious directive, pregnant with insidious threats to media freedom in our beloved nation Ghana, which is touted as a land of freedom and justice. With all due respect, this is scandalous. Unsurprisingly, our telephones have been flooded with calls, both local and international, from journalists, media watch organizations, defenders of press freedom and free expression, seeking to know what exactly has been happening since that contentious statement by the Judicial Service was issued. It is universally acknowledged that media right is not absolute, but qualified. And legal experts teach us that such qualification must chime with the dictates of the law, due process, and must be exercised in such ways as to achieve legitimate aims and objectives. In crafting the scurrilous statement, the GJA is principally of the view that the Judicial Service ought to have avoided any impression or situation that has a tendency to instill fear and promote a culture of silence into which Ghana had been enveloped during the periods of autocratic misrule. Criticism, they say, is a gift which all arms of government need. So it would be miscarriage of fairness to deny the judiciary that gift. And Landers once said, and I quote, "The naked truth is better than a well-dressed lie," unquote. Contextually, the naked truth is that the Judicial Service or judiciary is not immune from criticism. However, that criticism must be done in a manner that does not bring the administration of justice into disrepute. To this end, the GJA urges the media community to be calm in their disposition and decorous in their pronouncement, so that they will not be led into temptation to scandalize the court with unhinged comment or reckless verbal stones, no matter how provocative the statement of the Judicial Service might be. The GJA would like to remind its members that far from acting on the basis of any threats or intimidation to immediately pull down stories from the platforms as requested, the media should rather act in the spirit of the GJA Code of Ethics that says, and I quote, "A journalist corrects inaccuracies and mistakes at the earliest opportunity and offers a chance for a rejoinder and or an apology as appropriate." It is lodged or should be lodged in our memory that the judiciary has the power to commit any erring journalist or media house for contempt, using, of course, acceptable protocols and appropriate mechanisms. What they should not consider at all in this context is any or antiquated method which smacks of censorship intimidation, or resuscitation of the culture of silence, which can spell unthinkable socio-political consequences. The GJA is plainly of the view that the threats by the judicial service against the media defy logic and are tantamount to an unwarranted assault on all the tenets of the freedom of speech and freedom of the media as guaranteed by the 1992 Constitution. If not reversed immediately, the ill-advised, ill-timed, ill-crafted, ill-issued, ill-served, and ill-consumed statement by the judiciary can provoke a tsunamic backlash, lower the dignity of the court in the eyes of freedom lovers and critical citizens, pollute the media environment, undermine our impressive
evidence of some information of renting of offices in it. He has to respond to it, including the polyclinic that I made a visiting shortly to appreciate the state of work at the last polyclinic. In respect of Honorable Osla Owusu, she gave some assurances regarding the contract with Kelvin GVG. We are looking at it in terms of the monthly issue, but as I've said, clarification on some matters relative to the closure of some radio FM stations. So when they appear before our committee, we'll look at it. Kwesi Amoakwata is just to respond to the issue of a PPP contract which was signed for the Tema Motorway expansion, which figures increased from $480 million to $570 under PPP. There's no cabinet or parliamentary approval, and a PPP law has been signed. We are elucidating further information with him on this to get clarity from him on the status of it. I don't think that people should conclude that there is some wrongdoing concluded by the appointments committee or untoward issue. Honorable Godfred Dami will also respond to some matters relative to his role at the PPA. So let it not be said anywhere that the appointments committee, particularly led by the minority, are assessing people based on whether they are arrogant or not. We are simply in respect of some persons demanding better particulars in respect of some roles they played in their public life to appreciate it. So Chairman will be inviting the nominees to meet the committee, but essentially not in camera. We'll deal with them at our committee level. But Chairman, let me conclude by saying that in the decisions that we take, we are guided by Article 94 of the Constitution. Minimum requirement to be minister and minimum requirement to be MP, and whether you have any proven criminal record or whether there is a commission of inquiry that has indicted you, which findings have not been set aside. Those will be the primary parameters of our decision. So subject to satisfactory responses of this, we will collectively take those decisions. I thank you, Chair, for your indulgence.
Honorable colleagues, yesterday at the meeting here, none of these matters were discussed. It is this morning that these matters were forwarded to me by the Chief Whip, Deputy Ranking Member. Some of them, I look at them myself and I compare with the answers that we're giving. They are not matching the issues that are alleged to have been raised. So I encourage you to stay away from making public pronouncements on things which undermine the integrity of this committee. If you go out to say a person said A, B, C, D, E, for which reason we are doing Y, X, Y, Z, but the video shows clearly that he did not say the things you allege he said, and you purport to speak on behalf of a committee which has not asked you to. You purport to be a decision of a committee which has not taken any such decision. I think it was for good reason that the leadership decided that these are the matters, we discussed them, we agreed, we'll move on. Those matters are matters you said you wanted further clarification. But before the matters reached me, they're already being discussed in the media. I think it is most unbecoming of us, any one of us who participated in this, who encouraged this discussion. Indeed, by outstanding others, one of the acts which can bring you to the Privileges Committee is discussing matters at a committee which is intended for the House but has not reached the House. Sometimes people say I'm too strict, but truly, that's my training. These are the rules, we go by it. So please, let us work as a team, as a committee. We can always agree to disagree. And that's why it is a democracy. But we should not take out of here matters which have not been decided by the committee and discussed as if they are committee. This committee has no power to reject anybody. Let that be clear. This committee has no power to reject anybody. Our duty is to make recommendations to the House. The House may accept or refuse our recommendations. There's nothing going on here which is final. If we understand that, that will influence our discussion. If I have a problem with anybody, yes. But it has never been the case that why we voted back this way or left way reasons have been given. Why anybody voted for me and not any of my opponents, nobody asked them. What we do is vote, take a decision. So we should please stop pretending that some authority is vested in us as a committee or members, individual members, to make conclusions on the fate of any members. Please, let's work as a team, as a committee. Let us present our report. Let's discuss whatever we have at the plenary. Make all the comments we want to make at the plenary. But before then, please, let's avoid reading into matters, providing reasons which committee members are not aware. If you picked any of our reports, you won't find any of those things in them, but they are presented as things that have happened in the committee. I encourage members to move away from that and let us work as a team. Well, thank you very much. Yes. Now, kindly bring in the nominee. Kindly administer the oath, please.
I, Simon Ose Mensah,
swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue
touching the matter and issue
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Honorable members, let me also now announce at the outset that in view of our circumstances, we have discussed and agreed at leadership that for each of the nominees, 6 people from each side will be allowed. So the leadership will determine which 6 people can ask questions before we come to leadership. Thank you very much. Honorable Frederick Osei Mensah, you've been a member of Parliament for 3 terms. You were a member of the ECOWAS Parliament and indeed a Deputy Speaker of the ECOWAS Parliament. You've been a Regional Minister for the region of Ashanti in the last 4 years. You probably are learning to compete with the chiefs in Ashanti, so now with your cloth, how rich and how well you have worn it, it shows that royalty is seeping into you gradually. Now, many of us here have known you in the House and at the ECOWAS Committee. Now, in addition to these 3, which for our purposes, qualification to be a minister, is there any other thing you may wish us to know?
All right, thank you very much. First of all, Honorable Chairman, I wish to take this opportunity to congratulate members of the committee for your successful elections, since this is the first time I'm meeting you. I pray that the Almighty God will give you the strength and courage and wisdom to execute your responsibilities for the betterment of Ghana. Honorable Chairman, besides the 3 things that you mentioned, I taught at Adebi Commercial Institute, teaching mathematics and economics. That was after 6-4. I did my national service at Consulting for Innovations in Human Settlement Development. And then after my national service, I was fully engaged. Thus, I completed the national service in 1992, and then I was engaged immediately after that. Then, about a year and a half later, I got appointment at Agricultural Development Bank as a credit officer. Some of the banks call it project.
Honorable nominee, that's fine. We are happy about all that. All that matters to us is that you qualify by our constitutional arrangement. So now we'll open the floor for members to ask you questions. Let your experience reflect in how you answer your questions, right? All right. Now, Honorable Leader will start.
Chairman, let me also welcome and congratulate our colleague Simon Osei Mensah, who would be representing the president in a key and important region of the country, Ashanti region. And Chairman, just going through his CV, this is just for my nomenclature purposes. I see you say you are acting Ashanti Regional Minister. I will prefer President Representative in Ashanti Region, noting that others may disagree with me. The Supreme Court ruling in J.H. Mensah versus Attorney General that you yourself have read, I would rather prefer that you are representing the President in that capacity. Now, Chairman, I don't see committees he served in Parliament. Take your CV and show me where you have itemized which committees of parliament you served on. Okay, I've seen it now in paragraph 5B, public accounts. Suffice it to say that you just leave it open-ended without giving us some, the lapse period, the sunset. There's always a 6th January 2017 and a 6th January 2020. So take note of that. I'm sure Chairman will indulge you to deal with it. The Ashanti region, road infrastructure remains a major problem. We all drive through. If I have to go to Tamale via Techima, Akumadan, I have to come through Swami. And the difficulty is that there's just one-way traditional route. Other than that, no option. There's no alternative route. If I want to drive out and avoid the congested traffic in the Ashanti region to get up to Bunu and to the north, what will you do about that should you get confirmed as minister? Thank you, Chairman.
All right, thank you very much. There are two things I'm considering. The first one is to have a second ring road around Greater Kumasi. That road will pass through Ejoso, Biabin, Kwabri East, Nkawie, Achumako Angoma, Bosomtwi, and it will join Ejoso again. When we have this second ring road, vehicles that have no business in the central business district area of Kumasi will just join the second ring road, and when we get to the point that we have to turn, then we turn. So for instance, if you have to use the Techima road, you may not need to drive up to Araga Junction before you turn right. But you join the ring road just before Ejoso, and then you branch off. And the designs have been completed. The other option is to look at critical link routes. For instance, you get to Apatrapa Junction, there's a road that we can use to join Kwabri East. Or when you get to Buankra, immediately after Buankra, there's a critical link road that goes through Jabin, which will not need to come back to Araga Junction. So these are the two options we are considering now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman says he has a follow-up. Thank you.
Honorable Minister, these designs were in place when I was working at DVLA 20 years ago. They have been, we've been talking about them. The road reservations that we made are being encroached upon because no action is taken. Why should I be hopeful that in the next 4 years anything will happen?
Honorable Chairman, when you graciously gave me the nod and I was sworn in 2017, the major problem in Ashanti region was road infrastructure. So I prioritized the route. The first one I did was to ensure that all bridges that were broken, but the roads were very good. We fixed those bridges. Then I look at some major roads leading to Kumasi. And the most important one was the Accra-Kumasi road that has the highest volume of traffic. And the major problem on that road was to remove the 4 roundabouts that were creating traffic congestion and a lot of accidents in the Kumasi metropolis or maybe in Ashanti region. Now, after removing them, then I had to look at the highways. Now, most of the highways have been awarded on contract. So, my preoccupation will be on the outer ring road now, because some improvement, I won't say we've reached where we want to go, but some improvements have been achieved in the road sector. And for that matter, I'll give a lot of concentration on the outer inner ring road and critical link roads.
Chairman, if I were to follow up on yours again, so state of roads in Ashanti region, tell us what % is motorable, what is unmotorable, what is good. You are the leaders with that. What's the state of road? You say good work have been done. Share with us the good work.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable, we have about 40% that you can see are good. That is within the Greater Kumasi area. Then about 30-something very good, and we have the rest being bad. But it's an improvement, even though we still lag behind when it comes to road development. During the last 4 years, with the help of the Minister for Roads and Highways and other people, some of the members of Parliament from the region and some other people from the region, we were able to obtain 189 separate projects, road projects. 40 of them highways, then 49 urban roads, and then 100 feeder roads. And the total length is 2,099 kilometers. But for the COVID, I'm sure most of them have been completed. But I believe that this term we'll complete most of them and then get more projects in addition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. Ashanti again noted for its rich cultural heritage. The Adua dance, if you read Professor Nkatia or many of the values and cultures of the Ashanti people, may his soul rest in peace. Yet we are not even able to export it. But that is possible. What's your view on what to do for tourism development for the Ashanti, taking advantage of those cultural practices for purposes of exports?
Thank you very much, Honorable. Honorable, this particular term, if you give me the nod, my focus will be on the tourism sector, among others. But during my first term, I had discussions with the Minister for Trade and Industries and Otumfo, the possibility of we obtaining international patent rights, for instance, for Kente. As we are all aware, Kente originated from Ghana, but now some other countries are coming out with some designs that appear to be Kente. And until we get the patent right for Kente, for instance, it will be difficult, which is a major aspect of our culture. Kente is not woven only in Ashanti region. I know parts of Utah regions too, they produce Kente. So if we are able to obtain patent right for the weaving of Kente, it will help us and improve upon the culture of this country, and it will boost also tourism. The other aspect will be Lake Bosomtwi, which already some two investors have come. They've shown interest. I've asked them to submit detailed proposals so that we look at it. We want to see if it's possible that we develop Lake Bosomtwi into an integrated international tourism center, ecotourism center, where people can go and visit. At least that is the only natural lake in West Africa. And if we are able to develop it, it will help us a lot. The first step we needed to do was the road to Lake Bosomtwi from Kumasi was very bad, but it has been awarded on contract, even though it's not moving as fast as we want. Some portions have already been asphalted, and the moment we finish, it will ease travel from Kumasi to Lake Bosomtwi. And if these two investors, at least if one can come up with a very acceptable proposal, maybe you can develop the place, as I'm thinking, to an integrated international ecotourism center. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, again, President John Dramani Mahama, as he then was, initiated the modernization and redevelopment of the Kumasi Central Market. You inherited it. We know that government has further secured financing to expand it. There are problems in those who originally were occupants in the shops and stores. And we've had even conflicts between you and the mayor of Kumasi in the distribution. What is the status of those stores? Or just speak to the market development project. The first phase, where is it? The second phase, where are you with it? Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Unfortunately, the committee that oversees the management of the market, surprisingly, the Regional Coordinating Council is not involved. So anytime the regional minister or the Regional Coordinating Council comes in, then there's a problem between the management committee and either the contractor or the traders. What I know now is that all the shops have been allocated, even though initially there were some challenges. But the shops have been allocated. The first batch, those who were there in 2015, before the project commenced, have been moved to the place first. And then the land where we needed to commence the second phase, also we started, but they say they need more additional land, which we've worked on, and I've issued a press release that by the end of 7th of this March, we want them to leave so that we don't have problems with the financing of the project.
Chairman, I know that this is done, led by the Ministry for Local Government and Rural Development. Other parts of the country may require same. Do you anticipate a third phase of that project?
Yes, definitely there should be a third phase of the project, because if we don't get the third phase, it will be extremely difficult for us to decongest the central business district area.
The market women are not happy with the committee working on it, and they think that in allocating the shops, there was some discrimination against a section of them. What do you have to say to that?
Yes, such reports came to me. That is why the movement even delayed. So at that point, I had to set up a committee at the Regional Coordinating Council under my supervision, and then set 3 desks to receive the various complaints. It was after I had received the complaint and resolved them. That was when we were able to move the traders from Central Market to the Kejetia project.
So what will you do to please those dissatisfied market women or men who are not happy with the way you allocated the shop? How much are you taking as fees? How much do they pay for each of those shops? You have an idea how much it is? Thank you, Chair.
What I know that it varies depending on the size of
Share the range with us, whatever numbers you have. How much are they paying for those shops?
I know some is around 7,000. We have some around 12,000.
You don't have some above 12,000?
No, we have some above 12,000.
To state it?
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. I said some around 7,000, some 12,000, and some above 12,000. I think it's about 25,000 something.
Yeah, Chairman, I've raised this because, you know, government comes to Parliament under the Ministry of Local Government and gets approval for a loan facility to build a market. You are there making charges between 7,000 to 12,000 Ghana cedis for purposes of amortizing the loan. Yet the central government is not benefiting from that money. And when the agreement came before Parliament the last time, we requested that there must be a backup agreement between the KMA and the Ministry of Local Government and Government as to how the contribution of the market women will assist the central government in amortizing the loan. What do you have to say to this? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, to the best of my knowledge, there is an agreement among KMA, Ministry of Local Government, and Ministry of Finance. As to the sharing formula is what I don't know. I cannot tell, but I know that there's
Has any money ever been paid to central government from that fund? And how much accrued to that fund? Can you share with this committee?
Honorable member, if I see that I have that information, I will not be truthful to you. I don't have it now, but I'll find out.
Chairman, we will require that details to help government understand how it will service that debt.
Please, Leader, he says he doesn't have that information, so he can provide it. It's for KMA. If we make that demand of him, he may have to go to KMA and get that.
But Chairman, he supervises KMA.
KMA is a central, an authority on its own.
But
if we want it, we may ask.
No, Chairman, they come here and I read. Okay, we'll discuss it further. Okay, now what's the status of the Konfanachi maternity block project? A few weeks ago, there were some legitimate concerns raised about it. What's the status of it? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, you know, the project has been awarded on contract. Initially, when the contractor and the consultants did reconnaissance survey, they made an indication that outwardly the building looked very strong, and they felt there was a possibility of doing reinforcement of the structure and continue with the project. Within the contract, the contractor was also supposed to do, after the signing of the contractor was supposed to do an in-depth structural integrity test of the building. So they needed to excavate, to look at the columns, look at the concrete, etc. Now, after doing the structural integrity test, the information they brought was that it has failed the test, and truly I went there myself. Some of the concrete you can use your hand to disintegrate them. So, and then most of the iron rods have also rusted. And then you could see that the type of iron rods they use for this structure are even smaller. So the consultant said that they would not like to advise the contractor to continue with the project as it is or do reinforcement, but rather demolish the whole structure. So that is where we are now.
Chairman, crime, the incidence of crime in the Ashanti region, as I read it, crime is very high. Even the incidence of what criminologists call recidivism, it is again reported that in Ashanti is also very high. What do you intend to do as chairman of RESTEC to contain crime in the region, together with the traditional authorities and the people there? Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Ranking Member. Honorable, it's true we've not been able to maybe totally eliminate crime in Ashanti region, but I know it's an impossibility anyway. But we brought it down significantly, even though I will be the first to admit that still there are some form of robberies, kidnapping, and sometimes you have highway robbery, etc. But the rate has come down significantly. I will, at this point, express my appreciation and gratitude to the members of the Regional Security Council and the chiefs and people of the region for giving me the needed support. In fact, we work on it. We are intensifying highway patrols, and we have joint teams, security teams made up of the police and the military. The police lead, and then the military gives them the support. Once a while, we do unannounced sweeps. We do some sweeps, intelligent-led sweeps in some areas, just to bring down the crime rate. But from 2017, I would say the security issues we inherited, we've done quite well. For instance, when we took over, the major security issues that were pending, one was the Agogo herdsmen minutes. And then we had the issue of relocation of the capital of Achimapa from Fwansi to Chedie as per the ruling of Supreme Court in 2012. We used to have protracted communal clashes between Ashanti youth and Zungu youth around Kwabri East area. We've been able to resolve all these things. If you might recall, the issue of our cattle health management didn't start today. Even the first operation cow leg was in 1992. And in 2017, that was about 25 years. But because of the good systems we put in place, now Agogo is exporting plantain and maize to Burkina Faso. Said that when you go to Burkina Faso, Ouagadougou now, we have Agogo food market. That is where they sell plantain and maize. The other one, in the Supreme Court ruling, it was tough. If somebody having the district capital for more than 10 years, and all of a sudden with the ruling, they say move it from Fwansi to Chedie. But coup health prevailed, and with the support of the chiefs and the people of Fwansi and Chedie, successfully we've been able to relocate the capital from Fwansi to Chedie. Additionally, if we take the Ehia communal crisis, now we've been able to solve it. It was protracted almost every year, it occurred. But what we did was that we needed to establish a new police station at the place and put some non-uniform people among the group so that they could provide intelligence anytime it wanted to raise its ugly head. And now the situation has come under control. Since 2008, we've not witnessed it again. So there are several achievements. I won't say that we performed extraordinary, but at least we've done well in the area of security. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
All right. I'm going by the arrangements here. Honorable Zera.
Zera.
It's your turn, yeah.
Ashanti, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Honorable Nominee. As Regional Minister, President's representative in Ashanti region. Ashanti region has over almost 5 million. The population of Ashanti region is about 5 million, right?
It's almost 6 million.
6 million now, yeah.
The projection for 2020 is 5,924,278.
So that's over 5 million people in Ashanti region alone. And we've read intermittently in the media about water shortages in parts of the region, especially in Kumasi. What have you been doing about it, and what will you do if you get the nod of this committee and go back to your position to ease the issues of water shortage on the people of Ashanti region?
All right, thank you very much. Yes, once a while we have problems with water in Ashanti region, and these have been due to breakdown in some of the equipment. For instance, at a point, the Owabi Waterworks, they had problem with power supply, and as a result, we needed to replace a generator there before they could pump. Once they couldn't pump the water, all those who were taking their supplies from that source definitely will have to have problems. Sometimes they will do diversion, but they will not be working very well. Some of the pipes are also very old, and you quite often see water bursting from place to place, and they need to work on it. When they are going to work on such ones, definitely they will have to close the taps and to make sure that they can do proper work. Besides that, if there are electricity problems, it also results in this one. But it's not very serious as of now. That is what I'll say. But once in a while, we do have experienced them. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. Honorable Patrick Obama.
Thank you very much. Honorable, You live in Kumasi with Asante Hene, a very peaceful man. And I'm sure you have a very good working relationship with him. And the communities around Menchia Palace, you have Aswansi, Abu, Grove region. So all manner of persons living around. I read in the media, just Googled you, issuing a statement on the 9th of October 2018. I didn't say I was superior to Nordness or Semensa. Reading this on GhanaWeb, I realized there was an issue with a certain tape which was attributed to you. Having been a member of parliament and looking at Rotufo and the region you represent, Ashanti region has lived with Evers, Gans, Muslims. What is the story about this tape that I'm reading? It's
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Member also saw the video, and I speak to this issue with the greatest of sorrow and the highest of passion. This tape, I should say that, is a pure ethnocentric concoction by somebody who dislikes me to the core. That tape is not my voice. I know nothing about it. I'm not the architect of it. The Honorable Chairman, I'll beg not to pass or talk too much about this issue because I filed a suit. I filed a 10 million suit at the High Court against Militant Publications Limited, publishers of the Inside newspaper, the acting editor of the Inside newspaper, and one Ni Titi Tete, who claims to be the CEO of Strategic Thinkers Network. And the case is pending before the High Court. It has been called once. So with your permission, I'll plead not to comment too much on the issue since it's before the court.
Very well.
very well.
It's
Since
good
the
in-
matter is subject.
I'm saying it's good in saying this because I was going to make a comment further. I didn't know that there was a suit pending. All right.
Oh, thank you, Chairman. Since the matter is sub judice, I will restrain myself and I wouldn't proceed. And I'll move to my second question, which is on industrialization in the Ashanti region. The Minister of Trade was here last week, Friday, and he made a very bold statement to the fact that Kumasi was going to be the second industrial city in Ghana. We've lived, I'm not too old, but I've seen that most of the industries in Kumasi are gone. KBL and all the timber industries that used to employ a lot of people are all gone. What are you going to do to support the trade minister and the government and the president to bring back the industrial and commercial life in Kumasi to where it used to be? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, we are working on this. Before I became the regional minister in 2017, the government had already acquired land for free zone. Fortunately, it's in the constituency of Honorable Lawyer John Kuma. Besides that, recently when I became the regional minister, in collaboration with the Minister for Trade and Industries, we've acquired over 3,000 acres of land for industrial purposes. That is the same area we are supposed to have the Buankra interchange. To realize the dream of industrialization in the Ashanti region, in my next term, if you confirm me, my concentration will be on three major projects. Not that I will ignore the other, but there are three measures if we want to push forward the industrialization agenda, as we are all wishing. One, the completion of the international airport, so that people can fly from outside Ghana straight to Kumasi, and you can check in at Kumasi and take your luggage at your final destination, maybe in Europe. That's the first one. The second one, you see, Buankra Port has been on the drawing board for a long time. Honorable member, I can assure you that without any railway link between Tema and Buankra and Takrady and Buankra, the Buankra inland port will still be a garage. So my focus will also be in the extension of railway line from Tema to Buankra and from Takrady to Buankra. When we obtain this, I'm telling you definitely the industrialization agenda will be successful.
Finally, Chairman, please your microphone. I want to ask a question that my brother from Asawase posed to one of your colleagues yesterday on substance abuse. Substance abuse. Most of the young people in and around Kumasi do take this tramadol. They call it tramor. Some crack. And you know where they are. I don't want to sit here and mention the names. What have you been able to do to change people's mindsets on this substance abuse? It has to be a very important project in your second term. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, some members of the Regional Security Council have been educating the youth and people in Ashanti region in general on the media landscape, especially on the radio. The regional police commander, the crime officer, they go on air. We get slots at the various radio stations where they go and educate the people against the use of all these drugs. The other thing we also do is what I mentioned about this intelligence-led sweeps. The only thing is that the strategy the current RESEC or the previous RESEC used was that when we make the arrest, we don't parade them publicly. Especially you do swoop, you see some weapons, etc. You come and show it, then you keep frightening people. So what we do is that when they are arrested, they are sent to the courts, they are prosecuted. If judgment is given in your favor, fine. If it's not given in your favor, then the law deals with them. Thank you.
All right, Honorable Samsahi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to first ask about the nominee. He has been in the region for the past 4 years. And he has been a member of parliament before. And he was what?
And I was with him at the ECOWAS parliament.
Yes, we were in ECOWAS parliament together. But at this stage, that's not what we are talking about. We are talking about different things altogether. So I'm sure he's aware that there are a lot of ongoing projects in the region, which some were started by the previous government, be it health facilities, schools, and so on and so forth. What effort have you made in the past 4 years to get the ongoing projects done, and what are you going to do within the North to ensure that all those facilities are completed for the people in the region to benefit?
All right, thank you, my honorable member. Honorable Chairman, yes, it's true. There are some projects, some started from the time of former President Kufuor started during the time of former President Mahama. In the case of the hospitals, we continue on with those projects. Now, if you take Tepa Municipal Hospital or Hafwano North Municipal Hospital, it was completed last year and then commissioned. The Kwai Hospital, we started during the time of the late Kutu Echampon and continued by subsequent governments, was also continued and handed over last year. That is, it was commissioned. But my understanding during the commissioning, what the health officers told us was that after the commissioning, that is when the contractor trains the staff on the new equipment, how to use the new equipment. I was in Bekwai last Friday. They have started using the facility. They told us you don't move all the people en bloc. So you go department by department. So you start with department where there's not too much pressure. So now they moved the administration there. They've moved the physiotherapy unit there. They've moved the X-ray unit there. And they are operating the mortuary. The information they gave me was that this week, the outpatient department will also move. And they say that as soon as the outpatient department moves to the place, automatically the wards must be released to them. Because if somebody comes, maybe the person should be on admission. It's not that time they will have to refer or transfer the person to the old site. So that one is ongoing. Konongo Municipal Hospital, or Asante Achim Central Municipal Hospital. The contractor and the consultant informed me that they will be able to finish by the end of this month. And that one, I trust they will finish by the end of this month. Kumewu, they said they can finish in 10 months. I have my doubts a little. That's one, you give us about 1 year plus that they can finish that project. Afari, Military Hospital, that also they projected to complete by the end of this month. But the worst scenario is that Afari, they should be able to complete that project by the end of the second quarter, latest, by the end of the second quarter. Seria Regional Hospital, they projected to complete by the end of May. So all these projects are ongoing, and additional sword cutting have also been made. We are praying that we can get all these projects completed and the other new ones add on, because Ashanti region, we have serious health problems. So with the completion of all these, I'm telling you, maybe the problem will be resolved significantly. So we didn't abandon them. And some of the school projects too, we never abandoned them. We even completed most of them and added on. If you take for the 4-year period, educational infrastructure alone that we had in the region was 702. 424 for basic and 278 for senior high school. Most of them have been completed. So we did not, there are some 1 or 2 projects, maybe let me talk about the E block. Like Drobonso. Now the government has decided to add a boarding facility, because if you know there, it will be difficult to operate that school as a community day school, because you can never have enough students from that catchment area. And the community too is not all that big. So the government is providing boarding facility to that one. So all these, we didn't abandon them. If you come to Oyoko, the students, we have students in there enrolled since I think 2018. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Barakese water system is the major source of water to the people particularly in Kumasi. I remember when I was a deputy minister, we had a lot of challenges with regards to encroachment of the reserved land for the facility. We started greening the area, growing trees and creeping crops just to reclaim the lost land. What are you doing? What are you going to do, given the North, to ensure that that facility is protected to prevent encroachment? Because when we lose it, the whole community will be in crisis. What are you going to do to ensure that that Barakasi facility is protected to continue to serve the people in Kumasi? And I believe that is in your constituency too. Or that's not in your constituency. Okay, okay. All right.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Chairman, yes, he's right. If we go to Barakasi, there's encroachment. Some trees have been planted, more are being planted. But the major encroachment there is slightly different from the one at Owabi. This one, they've released the land for the cultivation of cocoa farms, that Barakasi area. And then when you go to Owabi, that one is building construction. What I intend proposing, if that will be acceptable by government, is to declare all buffer zones around water treatment plants as security zones. If you're able to declare these as security zones and you have security personnel mining those places, we can stop this. Because those who build, they build even in the night. You get there the following day, the person has built. You demolish, good, and next time somebody has built. So if it's possible, if that is possible, to declare buffer zones around water treatment plants as security zones, maybe that will help us. That is what I'm going to push there. As to whether it will be acceptable or not, I cannot tell. But that is what I'm going to propose.
I just wish to advise that for the Owabi the map zone, there was litigation involved. There's an area, resettlement area, where all the development was going on. After that, then there is the forest and the catchment area. We strove to the resettlement area, but the forest zone is where we should be very careful to avoid people encroaching. But some churches are already inside the forest zone. So if you look carefully, you will be able to identify those areas and protect them.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, there's a group in Ashanti region called the Zongo Coalition. I believe they even petitioned this committee because I've seen that they sent a copy to Mr. Speaker that the kick against the reappointment of Simon Semensa for allegedly making a disparaging statement about Northerners.
Honorable Chairman, I think I've responded to this.
I think because reading the report, I saw that they sent a copy to Mr. Speaker. Is that the same?
I don't have that.
No, but what I'm asking is that these people have written that they are kicking against the nominee of, the nomination of.
Matter is in court.
Please, can I finish? Can you listen to me? I'm not asking you a question. What I'm asking the Honorable Minister, he's going to be a minister for all the people in the region. Why would you say to these people who are opposing your nomination as the Ashanti Regional Minister? That's the question I want to just ask you.
Thank you very much. Being minister for all in the region, and I'll continue to be minister for all in the region. But this particular issue, I said it in my submission, that I filed a 10 million seat against some people in the High Court. So I don't want to comment further. Thank you very much. For them saying they like me or not, that is their right. They can say it. But I'm not going to comment on the basis for what they do.
Now, did you say you filed against this group? And I thought you mentioned particular name that you have sued. I mean, a news.
Honorable member, I think you said I made a disparaging statement against Northerners. And that is a video that was separated, which is fake. And for that matter, I filed a suit against 3 people. You see? No, I filed a suit. Maybe you were not here. I said I filed a suit, 10 million suit, against militant publishers of the Insight newspaper, the acting editor, Mr. Kufo, of the Insight newspaper, and one Ni Tete, who claims to be the chief executive officer of Strategic Thinkers Network, STRANDEC. And once I filed the suit, and the case has even been called once, I don't want to comment any further. Mr. Chairman, with all apologies, I don't want to deliberate on this issue again, because the case is before.
We've already said so earlier, but let's be clear about this. The rule is that you don't comment in a way as to prejudice the parties. So if a question is asked and I think that it will prejudice, I will disallow it. However, the point is well made. I was going to make a comment on that, but I didn't know that the matter was subject case. Since you told me, I restrained myself. So, sorry.
Members will allow the chairman to be in charge so that he can rule out a member. But when you are asking questions and members are just throwing at you, I mean, it is not right.
I ignore all their sides, so let's work with it. Honorable Patricia PJ, yes.
Right, thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. Congratulations, my regional minister, for this retaining your position as the regional minister for our region. We are very proud of you. I've worked with you, and I know your capabilities. But going through your handing over notes, I noticed at the appendices attached to the handing over notes that the decentralized stroke deconcentrated department, you still have town and country planning as one of the departments within there. And I've been wondering what happened to the passage of Act 925, which made LASPA the authority for that. So I want you to state over here, it might be an oversight and must be corrected. But what I want to get from you is how have you implemented that act in the region? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable member, it's a mistake, and we have to correct it because we have the Land Use and Special Planning Authority replacing the town and country planning. So it was an error on our part. Yes, we are implementing them already. We have the committees in place. I directed during my first term all the MMDAs to submit their plans to the authority, the regional head of the authority. She is done with some of them, but it's not completed all. Again, I've instructed all the MMDAs not to issue even temporary permits to people in road reservations because they create a lot of problems. With these, if we implement them well, after the Land Use and Special Planning Authority has approved of the various layouts, I think it will help us and reduce some of the problems associated with planning within the communities in the Ashanti region. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. My next question lies with the industrialization. It's a follow-up of the industrialization program that you have for Ashanti. I have observed that in most of the markets in Ashanti region, especially in Kumasi, these markets are occupied by manufacturers of shoes. And if you have 3,000 acres of land at Ejoso, will you assure us, especially my constituents, who have so many, over 3,000 shoemakers residing in our land who have been bedeviled with a lot of floods spoiling their wares, will you assure us that you can work with the Ministry of Trade and get a site for us to reconstruct the shoe factory that we have missed within our community? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, your MC, with your support, wrote to me that you need a place where you send all the footwear producers to. Even there was a request that we hand over the former shoe factory to them so that they could use that place. We sent the letter to the Ministry of Trade and Industries. We've not received response because part was leased out to a company that was manufacturing, a Czech company that was manufacturing footwear for the security services, which wasn't sustainable. The company more or less has collapsed. So we are still looking at possible places where we can get for them. But for now, we will follow up on the use of the former or the old shoe factory premises whilst we look for a permanent place for them, but with the approval of the Minister for Trade and Industries. Before then, I think you are aware we moved some people from the central market to the Vinci area. All of them are footwear producers. So we are looking at it in its entirety. If we can get a common place where all of them will assemble and produce the footwear. Thank you very much.
And my final question. Having gone round at the assumption of school by the basic school the pupils, I observed that Ashanti region, in my constituency in particular, there were some schools that had a population of about 100 students in a class. With the pandemic in mind, would you recommend to GES what would you recommend to GES to ensure safe and healthy environment for learning in our educational system? Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. On reopening of the schools, I went around with the regional director, Ghana Education Service. There were some few schools where we realized that the people were mainly for a single classroom. So they arranged for temporary places for them, such that they could do the social distancing. You could observe social distancing protocol. These other schools we are talking about, I will inform the regional director to give me any school for which a classroom takes more than 35, 40 people, so that we can work on them and submit requests to Ministry of Education. Because they've done a lot for us. To have 424 educational infrastructure in basic school in 4 years is not small. And to have 378 in the senior high schools, I think is great achievement. But we look at the rest and also submit the request to the Ministry of Education. Thank you very much.
Honorable Samuel Ablakwa. Honorable Blackman, that's it. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my question to the honorable nominee relates to the phase 2 project of the KJTR redevelopment project. I note that President Mahama initiated phase 1, and on the 2nd of May 2019, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Otumfuo Osei-Tutu II jointly cut the sword for phase 2. But reading up on the project, it appears that it has stalled, and the contractors have stated publicly that congestion and the residents around in the way of the project are refusing to give way, and the project might even delay 2 years beyond the project completion cycle. This is quite an expensive project. I read that it costs about 258 million euros, and it's a facility that this House approved. And one would have thought that the project will be completed in good time so that the project can begin to pay for itself. As regional minister, I'm sure these facts are known to you. And what are you doing to expedite work on the phase 2 KJTR redevelopment project, which is of concern to many people in that enclave?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, the project has not stalled, and the contractor is on site. The pace of work is a bit slow because most of the prefabricated parts which they should have brought from UK delayed because of the COVID. Fortunately, most of them have arrived. What they are requesting for now is additional space. You know, where we relocated the people, the traders initially, is not the complete land space that they require. So they need additional space, which I've issued press release. I made those earlier, that they should relocate to a Binchi market or Nanafie could be the second market and raise costs. We've shown them latest by 7th of this month, so that the contractor will have access to additional land which they can speed up with the process. Even after this relocation, there will be another relocation until they get the final space for construction of phase 2. You know, initially we had problems too because of movement from the central market to KJTR. Then when we resolved that one, another movement. You know, like human being as we are, people will resist. When there's change, you have people who will resist. But fortunately, we've been able to talk to them, and they've agreed to move.
My second question is on a viral video which made the rounds last week. At least I saw it last week. A heart-wrenching video, very disheartening. Pregnant women who have delivered newborn babies. They and their babies were on the floor at the Menchia Government Hospital. It did break a lot of hearts. And I want to find out from you, as regional minister, if you saw that video and what you assure this committee you will do if given the nod to change the fortunes of the Menchia Government Hospital to tackle this matter, because it's really troubling.
All right, thank you very much. Actually, I have not seen that video, but somebody informed me. I went to the hospital, so the head of the hospital says they are going to investigate and get back to me. So when I went, they had also not seen the video. So I'm sure they will submit the report to me maybe during this week. When I get the content of the report, I will know the necessary steps to take to remedy the situation. Thank you very much.
I'm sure that when we are done, I can share the video with you on your way out.
Thank you very much. I'll be very grateful.
Since you are a friend of Parliament. My final question will be on you and the churches in the Ashanti region. I have seen a lot of publications about you seemingly fighting the church. On the 25th of November 2017, the Graphic Online reports that you stormed the Bethel, House of Bethel Ministry. They were conducting an all-night service, and the report says you caused the arrest of the pastor, that they were making too much noise. I also have another publication here on the 28th of November 2018. Noisy churches to be disconnected from electricity supply. Honorable Simon Osei Mensah. What do you have against the church in the Ashanti region, and why all this Gestapo arrest and the threats of disconnecting electricity and all of that? Exactly what is going on? Are you at war with the Christian churches in the Ashanti region?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, I'm somebody who is free with all the various things. And I will not do something against maybe a particular church or something. What happened was, it was around midnight. My house is just opposite the church, and the noise was too much. So I went there and told them that, no, it's late. Can you bring down the volume of your system? When I left, now because of the prayers, he's evil, he cannot sleep. Oh yes. Now the prayers, because of the prayers, he can't sleep. Let's shout. Then they increase it. So I came out. It was even risky for me. So I drove out of my house, went to Ija police station, and reported. And when they brought machine with an environmental officer to check the noise, the level of the noise, and they realized they had breached the law. So they arrested them and seized some of the equipment. I didn't see them. I used the right channel to do it. And after that, Honorable Chairman, if you permit me, I'll read a letter the solicitors of the pastor wrote to me to apologize to me, if you so permit.
If you have it, you may read it. Yeah.
Owusu Afriye Chambers, barristers and solicitors. Addressed to Honorable Simon Osei Mensah, Ashanti Regional Minister, Kumasi, Ashanti. Dear Sir, incident at House of Bethel Ministry, Angomasu, Kumasi. Letter of apology. I write as solicitor for and on behalf of my client, Reverend Kwame Techi of House of Bethel Ministry Church, Angomasu, Kumasi. I have been instructed by my client to write to sincerely apologize to you on the incident that happened or occurred at the House of Bethel Ministry Church, Angomasu, Kumasi, on 25th November 2017 at about 1 a.m. They added midnight, that is in the morning. 1 a.m. midnight. My client unreservedly apologized for his conduct as well as that of members of his congregation, who out of ignorance or naivety resisted and showed insubordination towards you. In your legitimate desire to ensure that noise level is reduced to the barest minimum at Angomasu community and the region as a whole, we hope that in the spirit of good neighborliness you accept this apology in good faith, and we promise that such incident will never occur again. God bless you. Signed, Kwame N.P. Afriye SQ of Owusu Afriye Chambers, Barristers and Solicitors, Edum Kumasi.
Mr. Chairman, that is well noted. The second part of my question is the electricity. Your mic is on.
Yes, I'm
the second part of my question.
Hold on, please.
Okay, sure.
Now you may table, well, having read it, you table it for our record. So please, the clerk will come for it.
Please, I have a follow-up. So, flowing from your answer, you can say that you are not against churches in the Ashanti region. Neither are you against Christianity in the Ashanti region.
Yes, please. As I said earlier, I have respect for all faiths, including Christianity. Even since being the regional minister for 4 years, every quarter, I have the Christian community come to the regional coordinating council to organize church service with me from 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. every quarter for the whole 4 years. Thank you very much.
In effect, you have nothing against them.
I'm friends of them.
It will be interesting to know the noise levels when they come to you for that quarterly church services at 7 to 9 a.m. But the second part of my question, to refresh your memory, it's the publication I read, a threat you, or a notice you put out that you will disconnect the electricity of noisy churches. Did you really say that? Is that some kind of a fiat? And how do you intend to implement this, your interesting policy?
That is pure fake news. It's not true. I have no knowledge about it. I have never said this anyway. Thank you very much.
All right. Honorable John Kuma.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations to the Honorable Minister. You look very handsome in your kente. My question has to do with the dusty nature of roads in Kumasi, especially the Atonsu Agogo towards Bosontri areas. And then also the state of abandoned roads by road contractors in the region.
Honorable Member, the Atonsu Agogo towards Bosontri, is that part of Kumasi?
It's part of Ashanti region.
You said Kumasi roads.
Oh,
but
okay.
Kumasi ends at that junction. From that going is Bosontri.
I thought it was part of Greater Kumasi.
Yes, that part is Bosontri.
So maybe Kumasi and Greater Kumasi areas. And the rate at which contractors, road contractors, abandon projects in the region. And then, please, I want you to finally add the heavy traffic on our roads in Kumasi, in particular, central Kumasi. I'm talking about the Tech Road, Swami Roundabout, the Buakwa to Tanosu areas. And then lately from Santasi to Anyankwanta, what is accounting for this inconvenience for Kumasi residents?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Chairman, yes, it's true. Some of the roads under construction are dusty because we are in the dry season. Once a while, some few of the contractors try to water the road, but you know, after some few hours, you still have the dust back. What I've discussed with the road sector players is that why can't they use the strategy used by the Chinese? Let me give you two examples. From Ahinsai Brewery to Dumpasi Junction, where Chico is constructing. Chico has left the old road and doing the sites. So when they finish asphalting that side, they will divert the vehicle onto that side. So now when it rains, you don't have problem. When it is dry, you don't have problem. But most of the Ghanaian contractors, what I've seen is that they will grade about 10 kilometers. How can you water 10 kilometers? So they will do little, the next time you have the road and the dust again. The same thing applies to China Jew, who are doing the extension of the Sofo line interchange to Obuakwa. If you realize, now they've almost completed in front of Yasantua. So I'm sure after asphalting, they will ask them to leave the road, that old road, even though you have potholes, but you don't experience the dust.
But Honorable Minister, you're asking us why. We should be asking you.
No, it's rhetoric.
Why aren't you discussing this with the supervisors, the engineers?
Honorable Chairman, that's why I said I've discussed with the road sector people that they should find out why they cannot do this. But the why I ask is rhetorical. It's not to you, Honorable Chairman, or members of the committee, but it's just rhetoric statement. Thank you very much. So I'm sure if we can do it that way, we will not be experiencing this dust problem we have almost every day. Thank you very much.
Okay. Now, October 2021 will mark the 100-year anniversary since the passing on of Obahima Yasantua in the Seychelles Island. Some women pressure groups are lobbying and advocating that the Kumasi International Airport be named after her in memory of her, in honor of her memory. Please, what's your take on this matter?
Thank you very much. I don't have the capacity to say yes or no. I'll discuss with the appropriate authorities, and whatever they tell me, I will let the people know. Thank you very much.
Very well. Honorable Eric Opoku.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, congratulations. The Ashanti Regional Coordinator for Girl Child Education on 21st of January 2021 made some startling revelations about some developments in Ashanti region. And I would like to draw your attention to that so that we can see how we'll be able to resolve it. According to her, Ashanti region recorded the highest cases of teenage pregnancy in 2019. Probably said 2018-2019. And the fear is that with COVID and the associated restrictions, the shutting down of schools in 2020, they expect the numbers to even go up. But when you look at the breakdown of where these cases were recorded, you will be worried. At the upper primaries, primary 4, primary 5, primary 6, 128 cases were recorded. Junior high schools, 783 cases were recorded. Senior high schools, 310 cases were recorded, giving us a total of 1,221 cases of teenage pregnancy in Ashanti region alone. Honorable Minister, this is an unfortunate development, but it is emerging. So how do you propose to deal with a situation like this in Ashanti?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Chairman, I will sit before this august committee and pretend as if I know everything. I'm receiving this information for the first time, so I'll do my best to investigate and then find solutions to the problem. Thank you very much.
My second question has to do with the Akuma Dam irrigation project for tomato farmers. You know, Ghana imports Ghana spends about $100 million on the importation of tomatoes from Burkina Faso. And to be able to address this situation, we initiated the Akumadan irrigation project. The phase 1 of the irrigation project was completed in 2016, and the second phase was to take off in 2017. Can you update us as to the status of that project?
Thank you very much. Yes, it's true. The first phase was completed. The second phase has been started, but there are some slight problems, which I know the then Deputy Minister for Local Government, Honorable Collins Intim, who happens to be the Member of Parliament there, work on it seriously, but I have not been there for the past maybe 1 year. So it will be difficult for me to see exactly the status of it, and I'll have to admit, it will be difficult for me to see exactly the status now.
Now my last question, Honorable Nominee. Earlier on, the minority leader posed a question to you on the KGTR stores, the KGTR project. But I'm looking at it from a different perspective. My perspective is that the KMA rented out the stores to the traders, and the traders were made to pay advance, covering the period of 5 years, which is in contravention with the Rent Act of this country. As the regional minister, you represent the president, the chief executive of this country, and that office imposes on you strict, immutable obligation to enforce the law. To enforce the law. Is it not the case that looking at what KMA did, it's like the KMA, your office, and for that matter, the government, is not respecting the laws of this country by charging advance more than what is provided for in the law, and thereby imposing untold hardships on the traders in Kumasi?
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, then we may have to look at the agreement again. The monies were supposed to pay and to be used for amortization of the loan. So maybe we'll look at the agreement again. We'll look at it. Other than that, we cannot amortize the loan. So I'll look at the agreement again and see if there's the need maybe to come back to the House. We do that. Thank you very much.
Okay. Honorable Mama Yaga. Yes, Yaga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Simon. Congratulations on your nomination. You've been regional minister for the past 4 years, I think. And so you definitely were at post during the fight against illegal mining and galamsey and etc. Sometimes the people get flushed out of the mining sites. But before then, a lot of degradation of the lands take place, where vast areas of forest cover is taken out, and you can just see miles and miles of, degraded lands left, and the chemicals used to pollute the water bodies around there. I'm talking about Tontochrome, Dunkwa area, and etc. Given your commitment to environmental issues, since you've started making life impossible for churches around Kumasi, the bigger environmental problems in the region, how are you dealing with those ones?
All right, thank you very much. You are right. The issue of environmental degradation as a result of the operations of galamseyers has been a major issue. But I know last year the Ministry for Lands and Natural Resources started a pilot project where they give some few contracts to some people to start covering the pits and see how we can reclaim the land. They've finished with the pilot project, but I cannot say strictly that maybe they are going to rule it out or they will not rule it out. But we will request them, if I'm giving the nod, to extend the project to other areas. Even if we cannot plant vegetables and other things, we can do forestation there. We can plant trees and other things which are not edible, in case maybe you have some of these cyanide and other things used there. But we can plant trees to maybe reclaim the land. So I will discuss with them if they can rule out the pilot that they started last year. Thank you very much.
You know, as regional minister heading the Regional Security Committee, as the Council Committee, RECSEC, yeah, and then you have all these municipal and district, and then in your case, metropolitan mayors and chief executives under you. What really is the challenge in terms of fighting galamsey? Is it that the galamseyers are able to overpower the law enforcement agencies in the various districts? You don't see the huge excavators and graders ravaging the forest? Is it that, you know, it's not visible and the police force in the municipality or district cannot stop that from? What is really the underlying issues that is making it impossible for us to win this fight against illegal mining? Can we make all the mining activities legal?
Thank you very much. The illegality with the mining, I would say, are twofold. Those who don't have mining license, that the galamsey people going to mine, whichever form, that one is totally illegal. You can also have some who have proper mining license, and then they lease part to galamseyers to do galamsey. You know, the most difficult aspect is those who have legal mining license, who tend to do the galamsey. If you not take care, because they will produce their license, you might think what they are doing is right. But if you go down, you realize that no, they are breaching some of the provisions in the use of the license or for which the license was given. But those who don't have any license at all, dealing with them is a bit easier. You can send the military there, the police there, just to arrest them. And sometimes, I won't say confiscate, but impound their equipment. But it's like black marketing. You touch it here, they go to the other side and hide there and start doing their illegal activity. All that I will say is that all of us as a nation, even though some successes have been made, I won't say it's a total failure, no. Some successes have been made. But we need to do more to stop these illegal miners. And we should let them understand that the government policy is not to stop mining, but the government policy is to stop indiscriminate mining, irresponsible mining that affects the environment negatively. That spoils our water bodies, that spoils our vegetative cover, putting some substances in the soil which are not good for our health, etc. So to me, we need to do more. My proposal, if I'm giving the nod, one, is the institutions, for instance, maybe Operation Vanguard or Gallant Stop. These people, when they are coming to the region, must be put under the regional minister, who is the chairman of the Regional Security Council, instead of they being controlled from the top. Maybe if we do that, and the relationship between those at the ministry level and at the Regional Coordinating Council is stronger, definitely you can use the security down there when the need arises to arrest these people or solve the problems. But sometimes you have to go through maybe those gallant stock people and other things before you can do the work, because you don't have direct authority over them. And sometimes you don't want conflict of functions. So you try to avoid and use that one. But I think if they put them under the regional ministers will have the capacity to control them. And when need be, they can propose some remedial measures so that we can fight that. All of us will have to fight it. I will never say that we don't have to fight it. We have to fight this canker. It's bad. It's not good for this country. Thank you very much.
The same, I'll exhaust all my questions on that subject matter. You are the regional minister, or you are the regional minister. There's, I believe, a military, I don't know whether it's a battalion. What's the size of the military in Kumasi? I don't know the size of the military in Kumasi, but I know.
You mean he should disclose the size of the military?
No. I'm saying that, I mean, it's not, if you check the records, you'll see. But we have
Please
military.
ask another question.
Yes, the same question. You have the military in Kumasi. You have a huge police force in Kumasi. As the regional security committee chair and head and political head, have you requested the army and the police to specifically go and flash out Galamsey activities anywhere in your region, and they have refused? Or why would you wait till Accra sends soldiers to come and then flash them out, that you would want them to operate under you when they come to the region? What is your own track record in stopping Galamsey activities in your own region?
Thank you very much. Once again, let me extend my appreciation and gratitude to the military command within the region. Both the GOC, the General Officer commanding the Central Command, and then the 4BN commander. They've been of enormous help to me. There's not a single time I've requested them to do something and they have refused. If I say, then I'm not being grateful. Any time I talk to them, they help me. I don't have a single time I say, oh, GOC, I want this or I want that. Where they think the action I want them to take is above them, then they will ask me to inform the Minister for Defense to discuss with their military high command. But they've never refused any request from me. I don't remember. Thank you.
Your own track record in fighting.
Honorable,
done. No, it is part of the question.
What was?
You probably just forgot. I asked him about, he spoke about the military coming in, and when they come in, they should operate under the regional minister. So I said, but you are the regional minister, and you have a battalion there, you have the police force there. Have you requested their assistance and they have refused? And what is your own track record on the ground in fighting Galamsey, instead of waiting for the president to send an operation from Accra? So his own track record is what I want to hear.
Thank you very much. I think I've told you several times I've requested the military to go and arrest people, and they arrest them. It's even if you have, for instance, the gallant stock there, and they go to a particular site and arrest the people, they don't bring the equipment to me. They will rather take the equipment to where we have the gallant stock. They won't bring it to me because I cannot control those equipment, and I would not like them to take them also to the barracks. But where we are supposed to keep them, that is where they will keep them to. But my preoccupation is that they should arrest them.
Yeah, the question really is, we've seen your track record in stopping noise pollution. So what is your track record in stopping Galamsey activities? That's the point. We have your track record in noise pollution.
How successful have you been in your fight against it?
My brother, we've arrested some people around Tuntukrum. We've arrested some people in the other forests and other areas. To me, the little that we can, we've done it. But the problem is still there. And we have to solve it to the latter. So my preoccupation is how we look at the structure, so that we will not have conflicting positions and deal with the issue as it is. But in general, the success is high. It's not as bad as we used to have. I know successive governments have tried. Do you understand it? But it's not a fight you can win overnight. So as we move along, like every system, you see your strong side, you see your weaknesses, and if you are able to solve some of the weaknesses, you improve upon it. And I know we are going to improve upon it. Thank you very much.
Leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, earlier when the nominee was answering questions with regards to roads, he used phrases like, I have to look at it, my preoccupation, I will give a lot of concentration. I just want to find out from you, what is his role in the roads construction within the region?
Thank you very much. When I became the regional minister, the first thing I did was to look at the roads in general and identify the very bad ones and then prioritize them. I lobby from the Ministry of Roads and Highways to ensure that those reports that other feeder roads, urban roads, and then highways sent to the ministry, I follow them up to the point that they are approved and make sure that they are awarded. Some of them are awarded at the ministry level, the others that are awarded at the metropolitan level, and others awarded at the regional coordinating council level. So those that are awarded at the regional coordinating council, we have an entity tender committee. They will handle it and make sure that the awards will go through if their documents are right. So that is my main role. And after that, I have to monitor to make sure that the contractor is doing the work continuously.
So, Mr. Chairman, so one can say that, or if one says that you are on top of the road construction in the region, to the extent that you know almost all the roads that are being done, their stages, who the contractors are, the challenges, and how they are awarded and all that. Will that be right?
At a point, I will know the status of each of them at a point, but not always, because as I said earlier, 189 contracts have been awarded. So if I sit here and say that at any given time, I know the status of all the 189 roads, then I'm not being truthful. But maybe at a particular time, I know A, B, and next time I know Z. But not all of them at the same time. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to find out from him. There's a Petimpum Afueja Road in my constituency that was started in 2015. Why did it stop? Why was the contract terminated?
I now have the list of roads that have stalled. Some of them, the contractors did not have the adequate capacity to work on the roads. And now roads are not pre-financed. The contracts are not pre-financed. You have to work and then you raise certificate. Some of them, they come short time, they run out of funds. And if you work less than 2%, you cannot even raise a certificate. Some of them, the consultants go to site and realize that this one you can't raise a certificate, and it becomes a problem for them. So they vary. The supporting man, we invited him once. He said he was going to go back to site. He's not gone back. The list we've received, we are going to meet all the contractors. And those we think cannot perform, we have to request for the termination of those contracts and re-award them to others, even though it will delay. But it was better we get somebody with the capacity to deliver than have somebody on the road for years who cannot deliver.
Mr. Chairman, this particular road was awarded almost 70% of the drains done, and the contract was terminated in 2019. Why has it delayed to now that it's not been re-awarded for completion?
You know, honorable member, you realize we could do very little in 2020. You see, it was March that we had this problem with COVID. And even we as a region, we are part of the lockdown. So there are several things that the COVID affected.
No, but 2019 was there. 2019, nothing happened in 2019 too.
No, but when you know very well, I think you are a guru in project management. You know that when you terminate a contract, you have to re-advertise and go through the procurement process again. So it's not like maybe I terminate a 7 cents project today and I just tomorrow I re-award it to Honorable Muntaka. I can't do that. You have to still go through the procurement process. It's like you are starting the whole process afresh.
So is it the same that you say the reason for the Ascormon Sevilla Kenton Chrono link that was also awarded and terminated, and up to now, they're from Ascormon where the municipal assemblies, there's this road. It's supposed to have been part of the pencil factory road. That's supposed to go through Ascormon around the Chief's Palace, behind there. It goes into Kenton Chrono. In fact, for that one, I think only the covers were done and it was terminated, and up to date, nothing has been done. Is it also the same challenges?
I'm not seeing that road very well, but I know that road network in those areas, most of them have been fixed. And even if you come to Kantin Chrono, the 55 million euro facility that Parliament you approved, Kantin Chrono area is part, and I know the contractor is working on some of the roads there. So I don't know the specific one you are talking about. But
I'm just talking about the Ascormon area. Yeah. But let me just ask, the 189 roads projects that you said happen in the region, and Ascormon municipal is one of your municipalities under you. How many of them do you know that had happened within the Ascormon municipal?
Around the affordable housing area, we've tried those areas. And then
where?
Asokorimanko. In the affordable housing area. We've tried those areas, and then
those were tied before 2016.
No, some other areas have been tied there.
That's what do you call it? Aida. Aida is not part of Ascormon municipal. That's where Dr. Mafo is.
I will check.
Because, Mr. Chairman, it's interesting to know that not one project was done in Ascormon municipal, and I hope that you take note that in this second phase, if given the nod, you pay attention for equity.
All right. Thank you. Well noted, honorable member.
Mr. Chairman, there was a publication and the video too was there. I mean, an interview you granted that you said the overhyped NDC credit share market project is a complete waste. Is that what you really meant? Yes.
Yes, I did see that KJTR project is very nice, but it created a lot of problems for us, and that is the bare truth. You see, KJTR, the function of KJTR was to serve as a lorry terminal to support central markets. But we changed the function as a lorry terminal to a market, to shops. The records available indicate that in 2015, before the commencement of the project, vehicles that were parking at that place were more than 1,000. But the project has provided for only 108 maximum parking space. So with this, once you change the function and you did not create an alternative avenue to cater for the original function that was being played by KGTR, you create a lot of dislocation. So let's assume from 2015, there's no additional commercial vehicle. It means we've thrown 900 vehicles outside there. That is why every runabout we see in Kumasi now has been turned to a lorry park. That is why we cannot decongest the central business district area. So I said, yes, outwardly it's fine. There's created problem. One, if there was no increase in the number of vehicles, even the 900, where do they park? Because this type of project, what, to the best of my knowledge, if you want to do something like this, where at every station, we created 54 stations, where a maximum 2 vehicles can park, which is given as 1 minute, you create what we call a holding bay. A holding bay, so that when the commercial vehicle comes and it offloads, it drives to the holding bay and wait. That is an example that VIP has done. You see, VIP hasn't got enough space for all their buses to park. And as a result of that, getting to a Vinci, they bought land there which they are using as holding bay. So when you come and the passengers alight, you drive and go and park at the holding bay. When it's your time, then they will call you to come. So when you go to VIP now, always maximum 2 vehicles that you can find. The one loading and that one that is bringing passengers. But this one, we reduce the number of parking spaces and did not create a holding bay. So in the second phase, we needed to do some changes. So a whole floor in the second phase will be used as vehicle parking space. And again, the congestion we have there, you know, these traders, petty traders, we did not provide sufficient traditional type of trading system in the first phase, where you need maybe tabletop for so many people. So, honorable, yes, I said it, and this is the context in which I said, and I said there's no parking space for the commercial vehicles that were thrown out. There's no parking space for shoppers. There's no parking space for shop owners.
So, Mr. Chairman, first, I want to find out from him that data that he said, that about 1,000 vehicles were parked at Kedetia. Where is your source?
That is a report that I have at the coordinating council. So if you want me to provide, maybe you provide later. Thank you.
So you provide those the source, because I attended Central International up there. So I was daily going through Kedetia. And all of us who born and bred in Kumasi will say there has never been a time where around Kedetia is without traffic. For the past 40 or so years. I mean, when it was just a runabout. Sometimes you can spend more than an hour just to go around the runabout, and you know that. And you think that just because, in your view, sufficient car parking has not been provided, it makes the whole project a waste. You think that is fair to describe that project as a waste?
No, I've never said it's wasteful. I said it's a beautiful project, but pregnant with some problems. That's what I said.
No, it was
whoever will write the way the person
the
wants.
overhyped Kedetia market project is a complete waste. And the video is there. Unless you want to say that that's not the true meaning that you want to give, but that's what you say.
All right, what I said is the project is very beautiful, but there are a lot of problems associated with it. It's beautiful when you see it.
You said
and these were the things I said.
You said it was beautiful outside, but inside it is dirty. That was the word you used.
Mr. Chair, you didn't want to create that impression. In other words, he only wants you to clarify that you were not creating that impression. You were not creating that.
No, I was not creating. That is what I've tried to say.
That's right.
And you also know that the Kedetia was just phase 1, and you admit that the phase 2 is coming. And you have also admitted that in the phase 2, there will be more parking space to be able to accommodate as much as possible. You think that the car parking space in the phase 2 will be sufficient to take all the traffic around the place?
No, it won't. but it will reduce it. Phase 3 might be able to do that.
So you agree that, after all, the project is not a waste?
I've not said that. This is your word. My word, I've never said it's a waste.
So you said it was not well thought through. Is that also something that you agree to repeat, that this is a project that has not been well thought through?
Honorable member, I think I've said several times that the project is a beautiful one, but it has come with a number of problems. But how somebody works it, that one, I cannot fault the person. But this is what I'm saying.
The gentleman, earlier when he was answering the question where he said, I just want to, for the avoidance of that, you said that you never made any derogatory statement about Northerners.
I've never in my life.
And you said the matter has been filed in court.
Yes, please.
When was this done?
That was last year, September.
And how far has the case gone?
No, what I've said is that the case has been called once, so it's still at the court.
Mr. Chairman, I want to find out from the regional minister then why he did order the seizures of Eston Kovic Group Limited equipment.
Thank you very much. I was doing my work as the chairman of the Regional Security Council under the Intelligence and Security Act, Act 526. I received a report that some Irish youth at Mirahini wanted to go and ban equipment of a contractor. When I heard it, I called the regional police commander that they should impound the equipment and let us find out what the whole thing is about, instead of allowing them to ban the equipment. So that was done. They even brought the equipment to Ninahini police station. And if you are aware, Ninahini police station is just by the major road. So I went there and I saw these heavy trucks had been parked along the road, which also posed another risk. And I realized that the Irish youth were still not satisfied. So I requested that all those equipment be moved from Ninahini to Nkawie, which is under a different jurisdiction. So when that was done, then I requested that they told me the people were going to mine bauxite and they had all the documents. So I said, then I want the documents. And when I get the documents and I'm satisfied, we can allow them to go and then talk to the youth. Because there was a security risk. And as part of my responsibility as the chairman of RESED, I need to solve the problem. And that is what I did as chairman of the Regional Security Council.
Mr. Chairman, so why was it difficult for you to release the equipment after the court ordered the release to their owners?
You see, I had the order on air that I had not received any document. So I said, when I get the document from the court, the equipment will be released. And when they brought the documents, I reported to the minister, and he decided that we should release them. But I don't take verbal statement in such a situation. It would have been very risky. So when they gave me a copy of the order from the court, then we released the equipment.
Yeah, I perfectly agree with you. You cannot just a news item and act on based on the news item. But did you make effort to get the court to serve you with the necessary documentation?
What I did was, I called the then Deputy Attorney General that if he has a copy of the court order, he should send it to me. And he sent the copy to me. And when I received it, I informed the Minister of Finance. And
that took 3 weeks.
You see, Honorable, to me, to be sincere to you, And if we look at this issue objectively, I saved the company. I'm saying if we look at this issue objectively, I saved Estenkobic. Because if the average youth had burned the equipment, where was he going to get them back? So in reality, I rather saved the equipment.
I was just looking at the duration between the court ordering you to release the equipment and the time that you got it. And I said it took more than 3 weeks, and I thought that you thought that was a reasonable time for you to get the document and get it released.
I would say it's reasonable time because, I have to get in touch with the Attorney General, and not by word of mouth. I wrote to them, and they responded with a copy attached. And it was on that basis I informed the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. So it wasn't like telephone conversation, because that issue has reached a stage where I didn't need to do on verbal issues. I needed something for which tomorrow I can attest to. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, earlier you was asked about town and country planning and the way in Kumasi in particular, the nature of the metropolis. Almost all reserved lands for hospital, for recreational, for schools are being encroached left, right, center, and sometimes with all the security challenges that it comes. Have you heard of the Bovine land issue?
Yes, it has come to me. Some of the residents have petitioned.
When was the first time you heard about this complaint from the community? When was the first time you heard about this Bovine land and the conflict that was generating?
The first time was on radio.
Come again?
The first time was on radio when they said there was looming crisis at the place over the land. Who owns the land? Then the second time, you also reported to me. Even you wrote. Actually, it was not directly, I got information copy. So you also wrote to me. Then the residents have also petitioned me. I've asked the government representative at Asokore-Mampo Municipal to hold on, and that the Regional Coordinating Council is going to take over the case. I think I've spoken with you. You've given me all the necessary information, and even promised me that beside what you wrote, you give me additional documents so that it will help us. I've spoken with the landlords. They've also brought me documents. So we will form a small committee and look into the case. I've written to the lands officer. He's also brought me the site plan and then giving me who owns the place. So it's going to help us to resolve the problem.
Have you at any time requested this document 2018, 2019 from the assembly that they should bring it for you to study on this particular land?
No, I invited him to my office to bring me. That was just verbal. When I said I heard that there was looming crisis at the place. But this is the first time I've requested for actual documents. After some landlords, I think they were 3. They came to my office.
Yeah, the landlord association.
Yeah, they came to my office. Then I told them they should go and bring.
But there has never been a time where these documents of this land were in your possession.
I don't remember very well, apart from your letter that you wrote. I don't remember.
Now, the reason I'm asking is that, yes, it is, but it is a security issue as the regional minister. We've spoken at length about it, but the challenge is that at the point that you were seized with the documents, that was 2018-19, and that you were studying it until you are done, everything should be held in abeyance.
Honorable, you know that letter, you gave me information copy. It was not directed.
This one was just 2021. The one that I did was just 2021.
No, there's an earlier one. Maybe you forgot it. You wrote to certain department and you gave me a copy.
That was 2020.
Yes, yes.
So you are giving us assurance that you do whatever it takes to ensure that the right thing is done and then peace prevails in that community.
Yes, I'll do that.
Chairman, I want to refer the nominee to the Land Use and Spatial Planning Act 2016, specifically Section 93, 3 and 4. And this I've done with a number of regional ministers. Because in 2016, this House decided that because of the rampant rezoning of public lands and other public reserve areas, if rezoning were going to be done, they have to come to this House for approval. But unfortunately, it looks like it's not been popularized. I just want to read that section for you. And the specific one, 93.3. A district special planning committee shall not grant a request for change of the existing zoning or land use unless the request as intended to make the zoning of the land comply with the structure plan or zoning scheme or the local plan. 4. Without limiting subsection 3, the change of use or rezoning of a public space shall be, it didn't even say may, it said shall be subjected to approval by Parliament. A number of districts don't seem to be working with this. They continue to fly under the old regime where they just do the rezoning at their end and leave it at that. What will you do to draw the attention of your MMDs to comply fully with this section of the law?
Thank you very much. I will send a circular to all of them and quote the relevant sections as you just quoted. Fortunately, when I took over, I bought some of the laws which I found relevant for them in their operations, like the Land Use and Special Planning Authority Act, the Financial Administration Act, Financial Regulations, Audit Service Act, Procurement Law. All these ones are quite some from the State Commission and distributed to all the MMDs. Said that where they are in doubt, they can make reference. So I'll quote it and then send a separate to all of them.
Mr. Chairman, the Atonsu Agogo Road, earlier it was asked, the contractor seemed to have abandoned the road. It's creating so much dust, it's affecting the hospital that is there, the schools around, and most importantly, asthmatic patients, simply because they are not even watering, which you know is part of the cost build-up. What are you going to do to ensure that even as they do the construction, they will control the dust so that the residents can live in harmony without, especially the asthmatic patients?
Right. Thank you very much. We've discussed this issue several times with the contractor. Sometimes they could financial issues. And honorable member, if you admit that now we are still in the transition, and with this period, there's some sort of administrative inertia. There's some sort of administrative inertia because the Transition Act imposes some limitation in terms of financial obligations, recruitment, etc. So all these people you see as president representatives, is not everything that they can do now, especially when it comes to financial issues. So maybe when the full complement of the government is formed, most of these problems will be rectified. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, earlier he was asked about the number of pregnancies in Asante region. Pregnancies among teenagers and students, and you said you were hearing it for the first time, right?
I said I cannot sit before this August committee and see that I know everything. But this one I'm hearing for the first time because I'm human. I don't want to say I know everything, it's impossible. So if I don't know, it's better I say I don't know and go and find out rather than just going to say something which might mean I'm deceiving the House, which is not good. Thank you.
My worry is that because you are the chair of the Regional Coordinating Council, and almost all the heads of the regional agencies are on that committee, the Regional Coordinating the Council, and they report to you the activities under them within the region. So I was surprised that this hadn't come to your notice.
Yes, you are right. You know, if you look at the membership of the Regional Coordinating Council, you have the presiding members of all the MMDs, the MMDCs, you have representatives from the Regional House of Chiefs, then all the regional heads are members without voting rights.
Yeah.
Because Ashanti region, we have 43 MMDs, even the presiding members and the MMDCs alone, that is 83. And when you add the regional heads, it's over 100, it's getting to about 140 something. Because of this, we could not meet during the COVID period. We could not. You know, we are supposed to have at least 2 regional coordinating council meetings. But the COVID started somewhere middle of March 2020. And because of that, if I tell you regional coordinating council we could meet, it wasn't, we did it. Because definitely we are going to break the
COVID protocol.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, last. Do you own a small-scale mining license?
I don't.
And are you in partnership with any small-scale mining company?
No.
Small-scale?
No.
And have you ever aided any small-scale mining company in its operation?
No.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah, Deputy
Chairman. The nominee is in attire of cultural significance. When we were sworn in, I wore kente, and I was told that my kente had no name. Well, I was at a loss. You are an Ashanti. Can you, because you didn't wear this just for the sake of it, can you tell us the meaning of this kente? Speaker, at the presidential inauguration where he absented himself.
Ignore anything that is not said in the mic.
Mr. Chair, I will ignore them, but I've given him reason.
Honorable Minister, kindly address me. Do you have the name of the cloth you're wearing? That's the question.
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, a friend gave this kente to me, and he told me I should wear it. I should wear it to the vetting. And the meaning is that the different shades you see means that I am regional minister for all. Thank you.
This is very new. This is a very new design.
So, Mr. Chair, I often hear Krobia Asante Kotoko. Krobia Asante Kotoko. Can you take this opportunity to explain what that means and its significance? I said Sabrani Bisa, I said Krobia Asante Kotoko. Intimidating,
when I have the two voice representative here, and that is Nana Oyokuhini, and then I have Berima Safo Chinibua Kudia also here, Kumawihini. I don't want to take the risk and make the mistake. I'll consult them and get the full meaning. Thank you.
You want him to enjoy that liberty? Very well. If you want him to enjoy that liberty of not explaining Krobia Asante Kotoko, that's fine. But, Honorable Nominee, the Regional Coordinating Council, you have an official residence. If you go to Central Region, there is one. Western Region, there is one. It's such a huge edifice. The one you have at Ashanti Region, are there plans of putting it in shape, renovating the place? And
yeah, thank you. We're reaching to the finance minister. So maybe after he's gone through his vetting and if he's approved and the president swears him in, maybe he will act upon it. Thank you.
Then finally, Ashanti culture. Ashanti culture. You have a way you do it that everybody embraces it. Christian, Muslim, dignitaries from overseas and all that. How is it that for other people in Ghana, when they want to put out their culture, it is often seen as fetish? People don't engage. But you are able to proudly put yours out. Can you tell us how you've done that? How you do it? How you've made it an all-embracing aspect of your lives?
Thank you very much. First of all, I don't know, and I will never say the culture of any group apart from Ashanti's fetish. Well, I want to disassociate myself with that. I will not say that. The Ashanti region is slightly different from all the other regions, in that with all the other regions, every paramount chief has his powers, has his territory, and controls that portion. When you come to Ashanti, we all pay reverence to Otumfuo the king. So when Otumfuo sits, everybody will obey whatever he says. And it's a tradition, a tested tradition that has been there for years. More than 300 years. So it's even older than modern Ghana. And they see themselves as one because they use one common language. Apart from Ashanti region, all other regions you have different languages and you have different paramountcies wielding different powers. That is why Ashanti we are able to do that, because we all respect Otumfuo.
You have not talked about your festivals. You have not talked about your festivals in Ashanti region. Your festival. The Akwesidai, can you enlighten us a bit?
Okay. You know, during Akwesidai, that is when all the chiefs and people of Ashanti go to pay reverence to Otumfuo. And Akwesidai has been there for a very long time. It's celebrated every 40 days, where Otumfuo will sit in state for the various groups to go and pay allegiance to him. That is something that has been there, as I said, for centuries. And because we all respect Otumfuo, it becomes difficult to break that tradition. And definitely, we are going to continue with it, because that's the symbol of the Ashanti. That is where you see the occupant of the golden stool sitting in state. Thank you very much.
I'm grateful. Chairman, I intend to be brief, since the Honorable Muntaka knows the Ashanti region better than I do and appreciates its problem better than I do. But Minister nominee, communities such as Yalwa, Yati, Ababu number 1, number 2, Asakori Mampong, and then Sabon Zongo, the youth are enthusiastic about soccer, football, yet they have no opportunity of training pitches for the purpose of exercising and equipping themselves with skills. Ashanti does have enormous opportunity of training out footballers who can be legends. What plans do you have for the Ashanti youth in generally, particularly in those areas that I have mentioned? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Chair, now football is a business, and we need to take it seriously. I will liaise with the Member of Parliament, Honorable Muntaka, and whoever becomes the Municipal Chief Executive, so that we will request either through the Ministry of Youth and Sports or other agencies for possibly constructing an AstroTurf in that area so that they can use it and develop their football terrace. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman. There is some worrying report from the Small Arms Commission on illegal arms in the possession of many young people in Ashanti, in particular Kumasi. That itself facilitates the commission of crime, and that itself poses danger to peace. What do you intend to do about it? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I've had discussions with the chair of the Small Arms Commission, Professor Reverend Frimpong Manson, and I've allocated an office at the Regional Coordinating Council to them to come and use it as temporary office while we do for permanent office for them, so that we can work together and try to arrest this menace. Thank you very much.
Chairman, probably this is for, you can say, Minister for Youth and Sports. The grooming of young ones in the secondary school. Ashanti has a lot of those institutions. The inter-school games itself used to produce a lot of excitement and produce potential youth even for the armed forces, for the Ghana police and others. It seemed at the national level to have been run down, like no interest in it. What do you intend to do to ignite new enthusiasm in those areas and to get those activities organized in the region?
Thank you very much. In fact, this question should have been a question directed at the Minister for Youth and Sports. You know, Honorable, until even I became the regional minister, I had not taken time even to think about the Regional Coordinating Council. You coordinate activities of all the sector ministers and even including security service. So you cannot formulate policies on your own. We can make proposals to the sector ministry, and if
so, what proposals will you have for the sector minister?
The proposal I'll make is maybe re-energizing what we used to have, this inter-schools, inter-colleges, etc., to come back on stream. And when that is done, we can pick some of our good athletes and footballers all from there. Because previously, those were the areas we were getting most of the athletes, including the security services. Thank you very much.
You served on the ECOWAS Parliament, and as chairman was introducing you, you rose to be deputy speaker. Is that correct?
Yes, please. 4 deputy speakers.
What reforms do you want to see happen in relation to the ECOWAS Parliament vis-a-vis Ghana? What should we do? How do we elect our members? What more pronounced role do you want the ECOWAS Parliament to play? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. If members will recall, somewhere in 2014, we submitted a proposal where we had wanted member states to elect members to the ECOWAS Parliament outside the national parliament. But this was shut down here during the Authority of Health and State Summit here in Accra. I also say they can still fight for that so that they can get enhancement of their activities at the ECOWAS Parliament level. Again, we may have to look at the contributions towards ECOWAS and this issue of sovereignty. If you take the funding of ECOWAS, Nigeria contributes about 60%. Ghana contributes about 15%. That's the second highest. Between the two alone is about 75%. But when it comes to voting, it's sovereignty basis. So each country has the same vote. We may have to look at all these things going forward.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, just concluding on your CV, the last page 9, what is it that I'm reading? Letter of commendation and award of 1 million Ghana cedis. Is that right? Who gave you the award of 1 million Ghana cedis?
It's Agricultural Development Bank.
And they gave you 1 million?
Yes, those days.
For what? For what?
2,000.
For what?
And it's unfortunate for good performance. Let me see if I can get it somewhere here. 1 million those days is 2,000. It's unfortunate that I didn't know you. It's unfortunate I didn't know you and you were not my friend. I would have shared with you, but I shared with my staff.
I'm not interested in the sharing. Is that reflecting correctly? 1 million Ghana cedis?
No Ghana cedis. So you look at it, cedis. There's no Ghana there.
Okay.
Read it well.
1 million cedis.
Yeah, that's the old cedis.
You are still reporting us at then. 100,000. No. It just struck me. Now, when you are responding to the Honorable Deputy Leader, you said your beautiful, the kente you are wearing was a gift. Gift, is that correct? Use your mic.
Oh,
it's a gift.
Yeah, it's a gift from a friend.
Gift registered within the code and ethics of Ghana as required by law.
No, not that one.
Or this one, Chairman says it doesn't qualify. So
it doesn't qualify.
I'll end with a profound statement that Olusegun Obasanjo made about gifts in the true cultural sense.
Yes.
And gifts meant to corrupt. That is not to associate you with it. He said that those other gifts that are cultural, they are normally a token and they are given in the open. I hope that this gift of Kente is a token and is given in the open. Chairman, with this, I'm done. Thank you.
Yes, it was given in the open in the presence of my wife and my family members. and you can see, Honorable, you can see my beautiful wife sitting there giving me the support.
Unfortunately, we can't see her face. So. Honorable Minister, I just want to make this observation. For all the entries to and exit of Kumasi, from Santasi entering Kumasi, Atonsu your constituency entering Kumasi, Swami entering Kumasi, Bekwai is part of Santasi. You see that the traffic holdups in the evenings and in the mornings are extreme now. When I was a young man, even with my rickety vehicle, 20 minutes from Anyankwanta to Santasi, 20 minutes I'm there. But today, nothing will let me leave Bekwai for Kumasi in the morning because I will spend not less than 2 hours. That's about 30 kilometers. My observation is that the problem has nothing other than driver indiscipline. Look at all the places where the bottlenecks are. You will spend about an hour from Kochi. When you get to Odenaho Kwadaso, the problem is the drivers who are using the left and right as stations. As soon as you cross there, there's a free movement. When you're coming from your constituency, you get to Atonsu. The problem is at the station, opposite the hospital. As soon as you leave there, there's a free movement. Coming from Sunyani towards Prempeh College, the problem is just around where the station is. I urge you to, at the very least, put your security men to regulate the activities of the commercial drivers that have created stations at those entrances. It will ease the traffic for us. On that note, we thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. You are discharged for now. You hear from us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. I'm very grateful to you. Thank you.
Honourable members, we have about 1 hour, 5 minutes for the House to take its seat, take over the place. So let's see if we can finish with the next nominee before 2 o'clock. The House can sit at.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
always had good people around me, I think, that knew who I was. So they were like, girl, if I had this your body, I'll do this. Pastors' wives are doing it, politicians, lawyers, doctors, everyone is just getting their body done. So, but I think because I was the first person to sort of do it, I'm the Ghana Kim Kardashian, so yeah. And I've done a lot of things I'm not so proud of, but I just cry over it and I'm like, you know what? I'm still going to fight and become a better version of myself.
Who, in what profession, or what kind of person in any other profession would you never date?
I want to think that I was born an artist, because growing up, all that I've known is art. Yeah, some of my friends call me a magician. I basically graduated with just 2 CDs in my pocket. I was there and I wasn't having anything to eat, honestly. I wasn't having money. All that I had was Gary. And a friend of mine too was having sugar. So we had water.
So you added your Gary and sugar,
yes.
and then you...
But then as we were making this mix, we started pondering on life and we're like, okay, so if we should die now, honestly, we'll have family members coming to cry and spend money. As we were saying that, I was like, okay, this is a beautiful idea for a concept for an animation film. So I will work on it.
GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign is an initiative that's part of our 22nd anniversary celebrations. In 22 years, we have championed a lot of initiatives, but this year we want to focus on the indiscipline on the roads, and we believe it is high time. If you look at the statistics that are emerging, it tells you that this is a national issue that we need to focus attention on. Many people are dying on the roads, needless accidents, avoidable death, and we think it's about time to shed light on it and bring some attention to it. So over the next several weeks and months, we're going to be calling on Ghanaians to also share with us their experience on the roads and the indiscipline that they have faced from other road users. This is a big conversation that we need to have to bring some attention to this pandemic. If you know, the coronavirus has ravaged the world. In Ghana, over 500 people have died, but the statistics from the road accident last year suggest that over 2,000 people lost their lives. That tells you how big a problem the indiscipline on our roads are, and we want to focus attention on it. So you'll be seeing a lot of stories on roads, on indiscipline on our roads, on drivers and their experiences on the various roads and the potholes. The government says this year is also the year of roads, so I think it fits in perfectly with the agenda of the government of the day. So that's the road safety campaign, and we promise to effect change by the end of this campaign.
Impact in the life of the people.
Did you say prostitution?
Yes, please.
You are measuring it across the country, or you have specific areas you are looking at?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, my topic is prostitution in Ghana, its socio-economic and ethical value.
Is prostitution ethical?
And that's what I want to research into, Mr. Chairman.
President, what hypothesis are you seeking to test?
Mr. Chairman, please come again.
Is there a relationship between immoral behavior and prostitution?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, yes, please. There is.
You read religion. Do you remember Durkheim's theory of religion? You hold an MPhil in religion, the most authoritative writer on religion in the sociological sense is Daken on religion. Do you remember your Daken on religion?
I've forgotten a lot, sir.
What about it do you remember?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, there's a reason why I chose that topic. And the reason was, having been a teacher, having met so many people, and having stayed in compound houses and many other places, and observing people from afar and near. Now, I realize that there are few people who enter into this sex trade, sometimes not because they want, but on few occasions because they are compelled to enter into that trade. There are few of them who think that though they belong to religion and their religion tells them it is abhorrent, it's a taboo, but because they find it difficult to do other things, and again, there are other people who also need their services. They are compelled to give that service. And so I want to delve into it to find out if they have the moral right to be there, and how do we, you and I, defend them if the need be.
Are you still the municipal chief executive for the Sunyani Municipal Assembly as at this morning?
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I'm the acting MC or the caretaker MC.
Do you intend to relinquish that if you get approved as minister?
Mr. Chairman, I will, if you give me the nod.
What were you teaching at Brekum College of Education?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I was teaching 2 courses. One was religious and moral education, and the other one was HIV/AIDS in education.
You want to test the correlation between prostitution and HIV/AIDS as part of your prostitution research?
Mr. Chairman, I did not hear you well.
I say, watching your background from Brekum and the work you've done on HIV/AIDS, if you can kindly off your mic, save when you want to, when you are using it, then you can put it on chair. I'm saying that, do you want to test a correlation between prostitution and HIV/AIDS as part of your general research on prostitution in Ghana, as you hinted?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, yes, please.
Your experience on AIDS, what is the status of it in the Bono region? You have an idea? The status of AIDS, is it worrying? What are the numbers? What have you observed? What can we do to reduce
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman,
this incident?
I don't have the statistics.
But what about AIDS do you want to share with us? I mean HIV/AIDS. What about it do you have to share with us?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, when we talk about HIV and AIDS, it's a viral disease that affects people through sexual, unprotected sexual intercourse, either anal or people contracting the HIV and AIDS through coming in contact, direct in contact with people who are infected by using sharp objects or contaminated sharp objects. Now, there are a few people who can also contract the HIV and AIDS unknowingly, and sometimes they don't understand why, because to them they think they are chaste, they are virgins, and therefore to them, people contract the HIV and AIDS only through sexual intercourse with people who are infected. It is this backdrop and others. That's why I want to enter into this topic.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, the Bono area youth, I don't have the name of the particular district. They demonstrate lots of interest in cashew production. And I further note that poultry is of interest to many Bono youth. What plans do you have for poultry and cashew in the region should you become minister for the Bono region? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Bon region is one of the regions that people are into agribusiness and into cash cropping. And one of the areas that is not too new but not too old that my people are into so far as farming is concerned is the cultivation of cashew. And so if you look at the stretch from Wenchi to Banda to Sampa Jama North and South down to Brekum, see that there are so many people who are into cashew farming. Now, people cannot depend upon one source of income, and therefore, apart from the cocoa, they are also into cashew farming. With the cashew, within the space of 3 years to 4 years, it starts fruiting, and therefore, it will also augment and help people to earn income. Now, the problem with cashew now is the pricing is not static. Unlike cocoa, which has a cocoa board and they have a static price. When you look at cashew, the buyers from left and right enter into an area such as Sampa area and then just buy the cashew as they want. And therefore it's affecting the farmers, and people's interest in the cashew production is reducing.
So you'll be advocating for a pricing regime for cashew to encourage its production. Is that the case?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, yes, please.
And poultry, what do you want to do about it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, poultry is also bono, and bono is poultry. In the whole
so I can call bono poultry and call poultry bono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, when we talk about poultry farming, the people...
No, I'm repeating your words. Poultry is bono and bono is poultry. Poultry is bono and bono is poultry.
Mr. Chairman, don't forget I'm a teacher, and so that sometimes you have to create humor for.
Okay, good one. Good humor. So that leads me to your CV. Page 3. Academic positions. Treasurer, an academic position. And is women's prefect, an academic position. And a sports committee member, an academic position. Maybe chairman should indulge you to get in touch with the clerk to clean that part of your CV in page 3. Even political positions held. I would have thought that the chief executive of chief executive of Sunyani, as you said, is political. But I see a whole list of TESCON, MPP. If that is your notion of political office, I think that you can improve that aspect of your CV. What do you want to be remembered for if you become Minister for Bono? What would you want to be remembered in the next 4 years as your contribution to the social, political, and economic development of Bono? In your own words. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as I said earlier on, I'm a team builder, and therefore, if I'm given the nod to become the Bono Minister, there were so many efforts I put in place that yielded fruits when I became the MCE, and I think I will transfer some of them to the office that I'm going to occupy if I'm given the nod. One of them is my affability, that I'm able to liaise well with all groups of people, whether old or young, royal, ordinary, rich, poor, wherever I'm able to. And so therefore, I want to use myself as an example, a role model, for people to know that when we talk about politics, when we talk about a woman being a leader, when we talk about people being in charge of issues, it's about somebody who will be able to harness all resources and be ready to service of her people.
All right, thank you, Chairman. Football and soccer, if you observe behind you, is the Honorable Ignatius Balfour. I know that he has a football club because my team competes with his and many other teams in the Brekum area. The youth in that area, from Brekum through Techima and others, huge interest in football. yet no soccer pitches, yet there are a lot of, even in Ghana today, I should say that the Bunu region is leading in terms of number of teams comparable to Accra and elsewhere. What plans do you have for football and soccer development in Bunu? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, as the saying goes, all work and no play. And being a professional teacher, I know what God Gisbert put in place. Miss Jack Edal guy. And so, when it comes to school, or schooling, or opening up a school, there should be a football field or a playing field, so that people can exercise, then other talents can be unearthed, apart from academic work. So in the same way, in our social life, we should also give room for people to exhibit their sportive activities. And apart from it being an entertainment, it is also now a business on its own. People play football to earn a living. And so let me use this opportunity to help me thank my able MP for putting up football fields to attract the youth to have a play and train so that they can also be fit or be called for national and other teams. Mr. Chairman, together with my predecessor, Honorable Mrs. Amakuno Richardson, and at Sunyani Traditional Council, we team up to get a place because we realize that the old or former football coronation park is not standard so far as sporting and football is concerned. And so we are trying to get a place.
Do we have your word that you work to give them a standard football pitch? Is that an assurance we have from you?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, yes. With my able ministers and MPs, we will lobby, put our heads together, additional council to give us the land, and together we will make Sunyani one of the hubs for football and sports.
Yes, Gisela.
Gisela.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, congratulations. I see from your CV, you have a lot of experience in the HIV, and that will be reproductive health, teenage pregnancy, and so on and so forth. And I know that you may have a busy schedule, and also I am far from your region. But as a woman, as a mother, is it possible to bring these skills to bear so that we can look at a model to support our young girls across the country with teenage pregnancy problems and challenges associated with that for the betterment of the young girls in the country? Because I see that you have done quite a bit of it. You've talked about it. You have a lot of experience in the health administration sector as well. What can we do to help our young girls across? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, as I told you, a professional teacher, I don't only teach in the classroom, but wherever I find myself that is convenient, I exhibit my teaching ability. Again, I am a mother of all seasons. And as I told you, I'm able to work with all groups of people, including young women and young men. And so when I was posted to Doma East Education Office to become the coordinator for basic school and girl child education, apart from my shadow duties, I was moving from one school to another because
so now, what can you do?
Yeah, so all those exhibits, all those things that I was able to do, organizing programs, being a resource person to these people, I will continue to do. Then again, even in the church, boys brigade, girls brigade, I was giving them, and so I will continue to do it. And then I can't do it alone always, and therefore it will be good for me to also help others to be well versed in it. Then they can also go out there to continue from where maybe I can go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll discuss after. Yes. What are the cross-border benefits that you feel you can tap into? Your region borders Cote d'Ivoire. What can you maximize from it for your region? From that fact that you share a border with Cote d'Ivoire, will it be markets? Will it be, I don't know, what is it that you think you can maximize for the benefit of your region? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, yes. Bro region shares border with Cote d'Ivoire along the Doma Central and Doma East stretch. Now, but for the partition of Africa, which I read in history, we are all one people. One village to the next, marrying, moving here and there, farming almost all together. But for the partition of Africa, where now we are in Ghana and they are in Cote d'Ivoire. So there are certain things that we deal in common. That includes our culture and many other things. Now we can do exchange programs. Now if you come to Ghana, for instance, in basic schools, most of them, we don't have the opportunity to learn French. And so during vacation, we can put up some programs where we do exchange program for our people to go there, learn French language. Then they too will come here and learn English language. Apart from this, there are certain things that we can also put in place to benefit both countries. So like clinics along the borders, because if they are sick, it can affect us. And if you are also sick, it affects. But they are mostly not into clinics and hospitals, they are rather into pharmacy. And therefore, if you have some cheap compounds and some hospitals along the stretch, now they can also assess if the law will permit that. Again, there are certain things they are also well versed into. With this poultry farming, who knows? All you know, it was learned from there. And so there are certain things that maybe they also have upper hand on. We can learn on, and through that, it will benefit all of us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations, Honorable Justina Owusu Banaheni, on your nomination.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, the creation of Ahafo and Bono East regions, naturally would create a certain situation of some kind of competition among three siblings. Now, Sunyani, the capital of, Bono region, has already all the infrastructure that the other regions will require. So that means not a lot would have to be done to create, Bono region. Now, what it means is that you are likely to rest on your horse, thinking that maybe all is good. And by the time you realize Ahafo and Bono East have come to pass, is there anything that you want to bring to bear to push Bono region way ahead of the pack? Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, yes, there are many things that we should do as a region to push the region up in terms of development. One is about education. Yes, we have enough education. However, in the area of, say, vocational and technical education, we have only two in the region, from Don Bosco and Methodist Vocational Technical Institute. Now we have the university, technical university, and I think that if we have these TVETs in place, now the products or the graduates from these technical and vocational schools can be used to feed the university. And in doing that, we all know when it comes to technical and vocational school, they learn on skills. So even if the government is not able to employ them, now they can live on their own with the skill and ability that they have. Again, as we said, we have the regional hospital, all right, but it is not a teaching hospital. And one of the things that I will ask, with the support from my ministers and my MPs here, if I'm giving the nod, is for our hospital, our regional hospital, to be turned into a teaching hospital, so that the nurses can do in-service training. Then again, University of UNED and Technical University can also do in their curriculum areas where they can also do medicine, so that we'll get special doctors to handle special issues. Mr. Chairman, some years we have forgotten the year. We didn't have, or we don't have, a urinary or prostrate doctors or specialists. And so there were 3 doctors who were from Kolebu who comes every month to handle the situation. Now on their way back, we lost the 3 of them. I'm thinking that if the regional hospital is a teaching hospital, where we have these special doctors, and we have our doctors who are handling such situations, I believe that some of these unforeseen issues will be reduced. And so the hospital, I think, should be turned into a teaching hospital with the support of my MPs and ministers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Sunyani lands, the last time I checked, still remain vested in the states. Do you think, at this point in our history, Sunyani lands should continue to be vested in the state, or should revert to the appropriate stools?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, if Sunyani land is vested land and it's not posing a problem, then I think it should be continued. But if it is a vested land and because of that it is posing a problem, then authorities will sit down together with the traditional council. Then we find a lasting solution to it. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable Sunyani. I have a list. Honorable Sunyani, are you still interested in asking your question? Yes, please go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much, Chairman. I was just going through the nominee's CV, and I realized no mention was made of allied health professions. Aren't you connected to that in any way? Allied health professions, Professions Council.
Mr. Chairman, please.
Allied Health Professions Council. Aren't you connected to them in any way? I went through your CV. I didn't see any indication that you have anything to do with them.
Mr. Chairman, please, aren't you?
Allied Health Professions or Professionals Council. Is it known to you?
Sorry. Mr. Chairman, please. It's known to me. I'm a board member.
Yes, like I said, I was just going through your CV. I didn't see any reference made to it. Can you explain why? Can you explain why it doesn't feature in your CV? On your CV.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, I was given place with the board because I placed one there. I decided not to, and now I was sent there because I was an MC. But now I'm acting, and therefore, if you are acting there too, I don't know whether I should still be acting. That's why I did not put it there. Thank you.
I should go on. All right. What is your take as regional minister on the conflict between Jape Krom and the New Drobo area involving dispute over land that has gone as far as to the Supreme Court? As regional minister, if you are approved, what will be your approach to that raging conflict?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I have to be sincere because I've sworn an oath. My designation was to be an MCE for Sunyani. And so I want to be sincere. My attention was focused on Sunyani and to see how best I can uplift the image of Sunyani. So
do you know about the conflict?
Not too much. Thank you.
That means she knows something, not too much. So I want to know if she's, the little that she knows, if she's approved as regional minister, what will be her approach to that issue?
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, yes, every human being, your core mandate is to see to that there is peace and development. And so if you give me the nod and I take charge, if there's a need for me even to consult you so that we can put our heads together and get lasting solution to whatever that is happening there, we will do it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, there's this police command structure that has been put up since 2014 at Japekrom, a police facility to house the municipal police unit since 2014, and has since not been put to use. Can you assure this committee that when you become minister, the attempts to get a land to construct a new one will not be your focus, but the utilization of the one that has been constructed since 2014 will preoccupy your attention?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I will. God be my helper.
I wish you well. Thank you.
Chairman, I have a small follow-up before the Honorable, whoever you identify. Minister, you know, you said sense of humor, and you said you are a teacher in the classroom. You just used words which also ignited my sense of humor. When the Honorable Sohini wanted to know your role in those lands issues, you said, Chairman, I know small. Share the small with us. It reminded me of a classroom teacher who asked students to define faint. And one of them said to die small. So share your small with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, you know, when it comes to land issue and chieftaincy issues, I think sometimes it is the royals and other things who, as much as I don't know so much, the little that I know is that soldiers were trooping in to see to that there was order and other things. That is why there was a curfew there. But that's why I told you, I swore with the Bible.
So your small is just soldiers showing interest. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Yes, Honorable Esra.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations to Hope for your nomination as Regional Minister. And I am particularly interested in your nomination because I come from the area, and you know that as well. But in an answer to a previous question on cashew, I just want to follow up on it. You do know that the Tree Crop Development Authority has been established to do for tree crops, including cashew, what Cocoa Board has done for the development of cocoa in this country. What are you going to do, working with them, to ensure that cashew also becomes one of the major tree crops and cash crops in this country?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, yes. When it comes to Bono region, I said earlier that now we don't only depend on cocoa, but we've extended to cashew, coffee, and others. And I think cashew, coffee, mango, coconut, oil palm, all fall under this tree crop authority. And we have born have arable land, fertile land, that if the people are given a little support, a little push, motivated, one or the other, I think we'll be able to produce and produce more. It's a matter of them giving us large land, and the government also supporting the people with soft loans, with minimal interest. And this alone will be able to solve part of the unemployment situation so far as the youth is concerned. So I'm thinking that when I'm giving the nod, together with my ministers and my MPs and opinion leaders, we put our heads together and support this tree crop, and I bet you it's going to support not the individual, not the community, but Ghana and even beyond. Thank you.
Poultry is also one of the main economic activities in the region, and the onset of the pandemic affected the growth of that industry. Do you know how the impact it had on poultry farmers in the region, and what steps are you going to take as regional minister to assist them in this endeavor?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, yes, when we talk about poultry, it's Bono and Bono region. I'm thinking that if the poultry industry is given a facelift, with the government supporting it, with logistics and resources and such loans, I want to tell you that the industry will be vibrant. That will help support the youth and attract the youth into the poultry industry. Again, women will also be there because the poultry activity is such that it embraces all kinds of people, both literate and illiterate, men and women, and even the youth. They have a little challenge, the hatchery and few others. But if all these resources are put in place and they are motivated in one way or the other, I tell you, the poultry industry will benefit the people of Ghana, and even it will help the president, the government, not to import poultry products, but the local one will be able to feed the whole country and even the surplus being sent out. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, you've been a teacher all your life, and you've taught the girl child in Doma, and in your work as HIV/AIDS instructor in many of the institutions you've worked into, you've interacted with girls, and so you are seen as a role model for the young girls in the region and beyond. Now, what are you going to do to encourage more girls to go to school, to stay in school, and to get a profession, and to have more women achievers, to interact with them and encourage them to know that education is the key to their own personal development?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, yes, there's a need for the girl child to also be considered. Much as the man or the boy child is encouraged in one way or the other to have education, in the same way, the girl child. But for some of these motivations, maybe you and I will not be sitting here. So I'm thinking that me as a teacher, and once a teacher, always said, even though now I'm not in classroom, so I think our lifestyle, we should serve as a role model to motivate the young ones to be in school. How do we do that? Now we can organize programs, both in the communities, on FMs, on radios, in the churches, and wherever there's an institution. In doing that, maybe some topics that will support, or some programs, some incentives, will also be given out to motivate them to do it. Again, you are telling me you're also a Bono woman. So some of you Bono women in Accra, Kumasi, and far away, join me if I'm giving them notes. Then together we move from one community to another when there is time, for us to interact with them, for them to know the value of the women. Because without women, society cannot grow. We need the women on board. And therefore, if the men are going, we the men should go. It is no longer men in front and women at the back. It is now side by side. So side by side together will help both Mother Ghana. Thank you.
You couldn't have put
said
it
here
better.
that she's also part of my clerk. When you're motivating them, invite her. Yes. Honorable Agaga.
Honorable nominee, congratulations. Would you say that when you served as MCE for Sunyani, you didn't achieve much in the area of sanitation?
Mr. Chairman, please come again.
Is it the case that as MCE for Sunyani, you did not achieve much in the area of sanitation?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I achieved much. Thank you.
Now, there is a major problem with sanitation in parts of Sunyani, particularly behind the technical university, very close to one of the hostels. Is a major dumping site. Hostels, student hostels, is a major dumping site. Now, a few meters from the dumping site is a river, which is a source of water for irrigation for people who cultivate vegetables like lettuce, cabbage, etc. Now when it rains, the dumping site serves as a major pollutant because the water runs straight into, the pollutants are washed straight into the river. Additionally, your own hometown, Atoni, has had, yes, your hometown. I've lived in Sunyani before. Yes.
Ignore them and answer your question, please.
Has had major problems with sanitation, and the media has had occasion to actually report this matter to you for your urgent action. Now, if given the nod, what would you do to restore Sunyani to its former status as the cleanest city in Ghana?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first and foremost, I know Sunyani is still the cleanest city in Ghana. Again, yes, I know final dumping site in Sunyani, as we told you. For the last end of the year, the government in collaboration with company Ghana Limited have gotten a land around Bakunyamba where we are organizing the place into a modern technology driven to process the place to become the dumping site, so that we will stop this one because, as we said, it is now getting closer to a stream. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Yes.
Chairman, thank you very much. Nominee. Sunyani is one of the most beautiful cities in the country. And your MP for Sunyani East, Honorable Kwesi Ame-Acheme, hustled the government and got the Sunyani water expansion project. I know the sources at Abyssine. I'm sure you've gotten a brief on the project, and that of the city of Abyssine. I'm sure you know about that project. Government is spending over $183 million on the Sunyani water expansion project. Government is also spending over 32 million euros on the Wenchi water expansion project. You know Wenchi, they use tankers and boreholes and stuff. What are you going to do to support the completion of this project, the benefit of the good people of Bono region? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Mr. Chairman, water is life. We need water, and we need clean water. And therefore, it is welcoming to see some of these projects being brought into my region and for our region, because if you give me the nod, one day you visit Bon, and if you can, I have to give you clean water. So it's a welcoming project, and together with my MPs, my ministers, opinion leaders, and many others, we put our heads together and support their work to be fast done, so that the people will have that benefit. Thank you.
Chairman, secondly, we know of BA United. We also know of Bofakwa. Now it's Becheb United in the Hafu region. We also knew of Techiman Holy Stars. It's now in Bono East. Bono region has produced a lot of talented footballers. Kwasi Usu, if you come to the Starlets, the captain for the 1991 squad, the Sunyani doctor, you know him, Alex Opoku. Football is dead in your region. It's gone. Bechem Chelsea, Bechem United, they are all not in your region. What? Adriana from Doma, they are doing, that's the only vibrant soccer club in the region. And I've seen the beautiful Queen Mother from Doma here to support you. What are you going to do to support school sports, soccer, to bring back the region to that level again? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, yes, we need to revamp the sports industry to be able to unearth people with sporting talents. Now, as I said earlier on, the region is planning to get a new standard befitting sports stadium. And we will need the people to make good use of the state sports stadium. So I'm thinking that in collaboration with GES, we used to have interco, even basic school, sporting, and infiltrate ball. All these things, when people are doing it, we can also observe them from afar and handpick people with the talents. So together with that, the one that we can get from school, I think if we're able to train them and we have a befitting sports stadium, we'll be able to get more people to enter into the sporting activities, including football. Adriana is there, is vibrant. Bofo and BA United, they are all there. I think it takes people to reorganize something to become useful. So when I'm giving the nod, together with my MPs and my ministers and opinion leaders, especially my honorable MP, Bafo Sunyani West, give him a clap for me wherever he is, because he's supporting the youth into sport. And I think when others also emulate that, we'll be able to get where we want to be. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, with your leave, what is infiltrate ball?
Water to water, it's okay.
Infiltrate ball.
Pole to pole.
Chairman, they normally say, give him a clap. We don't clap here. We should give who a clap.
He was talking about the MP for
I know.
GhanaWeb, but not in the chamber. The clap will be outside of the chamber.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, Honorable Amama Yariga before Nilante. You have no question. Very well. Honorable Nilante, wonderful.
Honorable Nominee, thank you very much. My first question has to do with spatial planning. Sunyani, Abisim, Tanoso, Fear Praise, Fiatre, all those towns. Some time ago, you could stand in front of the street and see the last house. Voir plant city. Today, almost uncontrolled development, structures, kiosks, containers, occupying everywhere. What will you do to ensure that the MMDAs respect our spatial planning laws, keep these alleys nice, which will help in the beauty of the city?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Mr. Chairman, as we said, the planning unit have its own mandate and how to organize and plan well for every city, including Sunyani, and for that matter, Bron region as entire. So I'm thinking that if I get there, together with my planning units, we'll collaborate with the municipal planning officers, then organize a program for us to, if for lack of want of words, reorganize our region. One, by educating the people, for them to know that if they should put structures at where they shouldn't be, the day there's fire outbreak, that's what they will have a feel of it. And so when we begin to do this education, and I'm supporting us, ministers and MPs, opinion leaders helping us, and even the preacher man by the pulpit also telling the people, I believe it will sound well, and then people will adhere to the normal way of putting up structures. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
My second question has to do with smuggling. Smuggling.
Smuggling.
Yes, of especially our cocoa along the borders to Côte d'Ivoire. It's been a very serious issue from the days when I was 13 years. Huh? What are you going to do to make sure that our cocoa is not smuggled across the borders to Côte d'Ivoire, so the revenue that we should derive as a country, we do so?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, as we said, the cocoa that is grown in Ghana is yours and mine. Because when we send it outside, the process can be used to develop the whole of Ghana. So why should we allow others to smuggle it, as you are saying? So I think together with other opinion leaders and stakeholders, the security will have to set up and see to it that no cocoa is sent overboard. Again, if the pricing in Ivory Coast is higher than that of ours, we should also sit down and see why and how. If the cocoa is going to maybe one same area, why should theirs be 2 cities and ours be 1 city, 50 pesos? So if we are able to sit down at the table and negotiate on all these things, it will help. So the immigration officers and patrol team should sit up for now and see to it that the smuggling is. Thank you.
My last one. For almost close to 20 years now, the government of Ghana put money into building a new market for Sunyani. It's largely unoccupied, and there's a serious congestion within the city center. How are you going to help in making sure that those who are supposed to be relocated to the new market go, so that we can decongest the city center of Sunyani?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, there's a need for us to decongest Sunyani main market. And this is what I did when the COVID-19, when we were fighting it. We were able to divide the market into 3 sections, parts going to the Namboswan market, parts occupying the Jubilee Park, and others also remaining, or others also sent to the Coronation Park. Now, those at the Coronation Park have gone back, and so still there's congestion. So there's the need for us to sit together with my stakeholders, and I know should be included, the MPs and ministers, and other interested opinion leaders should also be part of this negotiation, so that together we can have a very good place to have a modern market, then that congestion on the one way on the road. Because if you don't take a one day, the woman will be there and the car can, we know the rest of the story. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. The leader has no more questions. Thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. You are discharged. You hear from us later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. God bless you all.
Other members, kindly administer the oath. I, Percy Edujan,
swear by the Almighty God.
swear by the Almighty God
That the evidence I shall give before this committee.
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
Touching the matter in issue.
touching the matter in issue
Shall be the truth.
shall be the truth,
The whole truth.
the whole truth,
And nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God. Mr. Adijan, kindly give us a brief history of yourself, very short. Don't start from primary school and come forward a little, okay? Mr. Chairman, my name is Kosi Edujan, an ICT professional with close to 30 years experience in systems programming, systems engineering, policy management, and administration. I had my early education in Ghana from Ajema Methodist Primary School, continued to the New Era Preparatory School in Accra, from where I got admitted and studied for my ordinary levels at Tamari Secondary School. After Tamari Secondary School, I proceeded to Konongo Master Secondary School, where I did my advanced level, and then went to the United States for my degree program. I worked 15 years in the United States, ranging from multinational and Fortune 100 companies, including IBM Corporation, Arthur Andersen, and TransUnion Corporation. In Ghana, I've been the technical advisor to the Ministry of Communications, Director for IT Secretariat. Currently, I am the Director General for the Ghana Indian Kofi Annan Center of Excellence.
Chairman, which Minister for Communication were you working with? And at what point in time were you working for ITES?
Yes, I came to Ghana immediately after Ministry of Communications was separated from Ministry of Information, as an advisor to the ministry. I stayed at the ministry.
Ask which minister? Which minister?
I worked with Honorable Feris Owusu Japan, Honorable Kandapa, and Honorable Michael Quay.
You remember Chief Director Adakwa? Did you work with Adakwa as Chief Director at the ministry?
I do. When I came to Ministry of Communications, he was Director of Finance and Administration, and after a while he became the Acting Chief Director. He's a good man. I worked closely with him. He taught me a lot of things in ICT policy.
Yeah, great person. Chairman, just looking at the nominee's CV, he has very rich and deep background in IT. Give me that E word. If Chairman wants his voice and data on telephony protected, there's an E word for it. What's that word?
Encryption.
Encryption.
Yes, data
all right,
encryption.
you got it right. Thanks. So you can advise Chairman that if he wants to store his data from any interference, he must learn encryption technology. And the Honorable Ahi, they don't encrypt their phones and their data, and they complain about it. So IT, share with us, COVID, the public health pandemic which has affected every country globally, is compelling us as a country to embark on necessary public sector reforms. In my view, situating ICT as providing the leverage to deliver public goods and services. With your background in IT, what advice do you have for Ghana? COVID, delivery of public services and goods by public institutions, what do we do?
Mr. Chairman, ICT can be a tool in every aspect of our development process. You could use ICT as a tool to communicate, to transmit for e-commerce operations. By e-commerce operations, I mean products products that may be helpful, products and services that the citizenry need could be hosted on various platforms. And without people moving out of their houses, they will be able to purchase or to procure whatever they want at the comfort of their homes without leaving. This is one way by which we could use ICT as a tool.
You contested the Kintampo South constituency which year?
2004, Mr. Chairman.
Were there any associated violence in the elections that you were associated with?
Not at all, Mr. Chairman.
You are a very peaceful person, I presume. Is that the case?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
We work with the Ghana Meteorological Agency. What do we need to improve as board member between 2003 and 2007? You know that Ghana still has problems with appreciating weather and reading weather, particularly for air services and for the provision of aeronautical services. What do you have to say to improve the Ghana Meteorological Agency to deliver on its mandate, having served on the board? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ghana Meteorological Agency has come a very long way. I remember when I was on the board, they had problems with collecting revenue from agencies or institutions like the Ghana Airport Corporation and other airlines. Currently, they are well settled and they are stabilized. I personally believe that with the use, if they leverage on the use of ICT, tracking their revenues and then looking at other areas where they can get revenue. Because, Mr. Chairman, you agree with me that ICT is quite expensive, the initial capital outlay. So if they are able to generate enough funds and the budgetary allocation is somehow increased, I think they will be able to do their work effectively.
Chairman, the Techima market used to be a very, very popular market, not just for Ghana, for the sub-region, for various products. It seemed to be losing its pride of place, and it's a major revenue source for the Assembly and for the government. You have any plans? You recall that President Mahama started the KJTR development. We have seen some now for Takoradi. Do you think that you want to work with the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development for the development of the Techima market? Do you have any plans for its development?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Techima used to be a very big market and it continues, but revenue in Techima market keep on dwindling. So I think that working with the Minister of Local Government and definitely working with the Minister of Communication and Digitization to bring some elements of digitization or revenue mobilization using digitized tools.
What has corn and maize and mango got to do with digitization? Maize, the women there want to be able to sell their maize well, want to sell their rice well. What plans do you have for the Techima market?
Mr. Chairman, the question again, please.
Techima market, what plans do you have for it? Digitization too urban for that market.
Yeah,
too modernized for that market. The one movement of maize, rice, sorghum, and others, and expanded stores facility for the market women there. What plans do you have? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, one problem I do find there is that there is a lot of leakage in the market. And if we are able to digitize the pre-term revenue collection, a situation in which you can really
see when money is coming in and other things. And the traders, the market women see that their revenue is being put into good use.
Tourism potential, Kintampo waterfalls, huge. But Chairman, as you notice, as you turn from your village, Jema,
yes,
coming towards Chogodom, as you descend, that sharp curve has been noted for being responsible for a number of accidents, even though recklessness on the part of drivers is one. Would you lead a technical team to re-examine that part of the road to reduce the accidents on that road if you do become minister?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if I'm given the nod as a regional minister, I will certainly do that.
Kintampo waterfalls, what plans do you have for it?
Kintampo's waterfalls is a major tourist attraction in Ghana. Currently, we have a hanging bridge around over there. What we need to do is that we need to improve the sanitation and the cleanliness of the place. Also let the spirit of the place be experienced. You know, people really go out for tourism when they see that when they go there, they will achieve something or there's something that they have to learn. So we'll improve the facilities there. I'll work with the Assembly and then the Minister of Tourism for us to put a
Chairman, just one more. Football, Techima. As you drive out, you know that popular park is a Sakura Park. They may need an AstroTurf there, but the youth are enthusiastic about it. Just at the town center, when you get to the roundabout and you want to choose to go to when GS Chairman will drive towards school, to go to Tamale to the right, just at the back there, the youth gather there every morning and evening to play football. Any plans for them?
That's right, Mr. Chairman. People of Techiman are very enthusiastic about sports. And I think one of the things I will do is to work with the Assembly and then the Minister for Sports and Youth and Sports to see what we can do best.
Do you remember the motto of Tamasco, your school, the 3 Fs, Tamasco? Fortita.
Felicita. Fortita, Fidelita, Felicita.
Okay, thank you, Chairman.
Yes, Honorable Ejani.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable nominee, I take you to tourism again. The chairman spoke about Kintampo waterfalls, but there are a lot more. Fima Monkey Sanctuary, Boyem Butterfly Sanctuary, Tanobuase, Sapid Grove, a lot of tourism attraction. How are you going to market Blue East as the new magical tourism for Ghana?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My sister MP did very excellent work when she was a Minister for Tourism. And the work that you did, I'm really going to continue to make sure that we become a tourism for our potential in tourism is well harnessed. We have the FIMA, Boabin FIMA, we have the Tano Grove, we have the Manso Street Market, and there are a lot of tourist attractions. We have the Kintampo Fula Falls. We need to, in tourism, there is the need for us to improve our marketing. We need to use appropriate technology. We need to use the mass media. We need to use bloggers. We need to use YouTube. We need to market it effectively, okay? So that when somebody comes at least to the Manso Safe Market, the experience, there should be some experience that will be shared in that area. So we need to train our tourist guides as well, okay? There are other areas in tourism, my sister, Mr. Chairman, which you agree with me, that we need to explore, like the Apo Festival. Apo Festival is a festival that the people of Techiman and its environs
have been practicing. It's a sense of democracy. It is a period that allows the citizenry to voice out whatever grievances or whatever issues that they have against the authority. That is the only period. And I think it is the beginning of democracy in our country. So this Akpo festival is something that I think, Mr. Chairman, should be enhanced and then well advertised, in addition to the young festivals that are being celebrated throughout the Borno East region.
Your mic, please. Honorable nominee, your mic. Okay, so still on Borno East, sanitation 3 times. Sanitation is a huge problem in Borno East, top of all the constituencies we have. We live around refuse dumps. The refuse dump also serve as defecation centers. Open defecation, a huge challenge in Borno East. There are no public toilets, there are no toilets at home. What will you do if you are given the nod to ensure that we live in cleaner environments with toilets? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the assemblies in Borno East, the MDCs have spent a lot of money in clearing of refuse dumps and those things. And I'm also aware that the last 4 months or so, the last 5 months, His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa came and launched a composite site, an area for refuse dumps, an area for recycling, where refuse can be recycled. Mr. Chairman, when given the nod as the Minister for Borno East Region, I will work with the various MDCs and make that a priority. I will also work with the Minister for Sanitation and my honorable MPs to make sure that Borno East becomes a model region and be known as a place of good sanitation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'll leave the follow-up questions for discussions in our region, but I'll take you to our roads. Poor road network. Our road network is so poor that it has become a security threat. And for this purpose, I still want to use the Esui Mesidan Boyem Road as an example. Yes, Esui Mesidan Boyem Road. I still want to use that same road as an example. Not long ago, a young man was shot 3 times on that road because of its deplorable nature. When a car or a motor gets there, you have to slow down, and in the process, armed robbers are able to attack you. This road, I know for a fact, was awarded to a contractor in 2015, 2016, thereabouts. But 4 years down the line, nothing has been done. Can you give your word that if you are giving the nod, you will ensure that the security threat in the form of poor road is addressed, in addition to all the bad roads in Borno East? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I definitely will do that in consultation with my honorable MP and the Assembly when given the nod.
Very well. Any questions from? Yes, Honorable Erikobogu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, statistics of illegal migration indicate that the hitherto Borno Ahafo region, now Ahafo, Borno and Borno East, have been leading in terms of numbers of people who engage in this irregular migration. In fact, in 2017, out of 4,092 Ghanaian returnees from Libya,
What can we do to retain the youth and to avoid this issue of them embarking upon this trip at the peril of their lives? What do you think you can do?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Human capital development is one of the problems in the Bono Ahafo and then the Bono East region. When given the nod as a regional minister by this committee and the parliament, I have a couple of things that I have in mind when it comes to economic development. I believe that we many a times ask the youth to go into farming. And when you ask them to go into, give them just posts and cutlasses, they find it very unattractive, Mr. Chairman. What I intend to do when giving this nod is first and foremost to develop large-scale block farming that will be able to produce enough raw materials to supply our industries. Currently, we have about 4 1D1A factories there in Bono East. They are all operating under capacity. And I believe that if we are able to get into block farming, we've tried so many ways to develop block farming here and we haven't been successful. I would want to attack it from a different point of view by using incubation. Use incubation, develop the skills that they need, marketing, entrepreneurship, bookkeeping, communication, and all those things. And then after you have incubated these youth, okay, you can deploy them into, like you are commercializing them, you can deploy them into a very big stretch of land. We have abundant land in Bono East, okay? There shouldn't be a problem of getting about 50 square meters of land and develop a block farming for the youth. This is one thing that I want to approach it. The other is also through the 1D1F, so that they can also provide and work under full capacity. That will be empowered to provide commercialization to work towards economic development of the region. As Regional Coordinating Council, you don't have that kind of revenue to do that, and neither do you have that mandate to do that. But I hope and I believe that with a special purpose vehicle, you'll be able to unearth most of the potential that the region has, and then bring development, create more jobs for the youth. We have the Ministry of Youth and Sports have youth leadership programs or leadership institutes. I intend to work with the Minister for Youth and Sports to attract most of these youth centers, so that we can train artisans, we can train and get people, well skilled in that.
Techiman, the regional capital, is a commercial center. Looking at the size of the market there, it's a commercial center with a lot of vehicular movement, creating traffic congestion in the business center of the city. And you know the impact of traffic congestion on the economic life of the people. How do you propose to deal with that situation?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One thing we can do is to create a ring road around the town of Techiman, so that you will not pass through the town if you are going to Tamari or you are going to Nkransa or Nchiwo Sunyani. You have a place to interface with it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So is that an ironclad assurance that you are going to provide a ring road to ease traffic congestion in the Techiman city?
Mr. Chairman, I will work with the Minister of Highways, Urban Roads, and my MPs for us to do this, to get it actualized.
Is it an assurance?
Honorable Minister Designate, start identifying the area and protect the land so that people don't encroach the space that can be. That's my suggestion. Yes, Honorable Zosu, you have the last word.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I have just one. Only one. Yeah, only one. I just want to find out. I realized that reading about Bono East, I realized that there were a lot of tourist potentials, tourism potential in Bono East. Yeah, tourism potential. And you have a number of tourist sites and parks. How do you intend exploring these potentials for the benefit of the people of Bono?
Mr. Chairman, as I mentioned earlier, my sister has done an intensive work on that. So she is one of the people that I'll consult and work with as Member of Parliament and also from my region. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Chairman, I have no questions for the nominee. I've known him. He has what it takes to head the region. I wish him well.
Yes, Honorable, you have had so many already. You're exhausted.
Chairman, just to get the nominee's take, I appreciate that he was in Tamale Secondary School and therefore an old boy. And Edwijan has manifested some competence in the IT. I'm just not satisfied with his response to COVID and public sector reforms situated within e-Ghana, e-judiciary, e-parliament, e-public service. School children are struggling today, those who are not privileged to have Zoom in their homes. How does your IT knowledge provide you with some leadership in responding to COVID using IT technologies for the good of Ghana? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We undertook some initiatives at the Ghana Indian Kofi Annan Center. During the time of COVID, when most institutions were closing down, that was a time that we were getting a lot of revenue and we were getting a lot of admissions. You use it as a tool for education by using a platform that enables people to interface. We also have softwares that have been developed. Currently, they are indigenous software which doesn't cost that much money, which people, underprivileged people, underserved communities will be able to utilize. Okay, we call Nyansapa operating system at the Kofi Annan Center. In addition to that, we have e-judiciaries, as you rightfully mentioned. So all these tools are available, and more tools are coming. And I think that the Ministry of Communications and Digitization is doing a lot of work in this area.
Chairman, my final is just to get the mindset of the nominee. The Kofi Annan Center of Excellence, it been upgraded to an IT university to train young people in IT competences, both hardware and software, or there was some. What, in your view, should be the future of that institution? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, ICT is growing in such a rare, fast environment that it doesn't give the room for a tertiary education. You know, to be at the cutting edge of technology, you need a center of excellence. A center of excellence is a center that champions a particular aspect. If you take a tertiary institution, for example, before a course or a program is adopted, it goes through a very lengthy process. By the time, if you look at the ICT, by the time it goes through this process, the program or the product even had become obsolete. So the Kofi Annan Center of Excellence was created to be a center that will change rapidly with technology. So if you come to the Ghana Indian Kofi Annan Center, almost every 3 months we change our curriculum. We look at the trend of technology, where technology is going. And so it was established to bridge the gap between the academia and the industry. So when you get to the university and you are done, you have the theories, you have the hands-on, and the tools or the products changes, you come there for a short period, 2 or 3 months. Okay, so I think that Kofi Annan Center merging with a tertiary university may not be a very good idea, because it will not give us the strength that we need in digitization. Besides, it's also built to work to give us, to develop initiatives for us, okay, which has been taken seriously within the few couple of years.
Chairman, my conclusion is more of a comment, even though you are free to respond to it. I stop at Kintampo every other time to buy mangoes and some other fruits. Now, what you should know is that mango, even the pulp, has some use for industry. I know that government has some plans. You've responded to it, 1D, 1F.
Yes.
I cannot understand why a banana processing industry, a mango processing factory, if there's any best location for it in Ghana, I'll give it to Kintampo, given the quantities that come out of it. Now, if you know Blue Skies, a retired army officer from the British Army, was doing very well in Nsawam in that industry. So if you do become a minister, can you give hope to mango farmers in Kintampo and other areas from Jema going? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will take that into serious consideration.
Okay. I have no question for you. I schooled at Wenchi and I did my national service at Nkranza District Assembly. So I'm very much a part of Bono East, or is it Bono and Bono East somehow. I would wish to see a lot more expansion in the facilities in Techimang in particular. There's so much potential. I opened the first district assembly, license office, and I acquired a large parcel of land to build a new one. We should be finishing if we're not done yet. So I want to see a lot more facilities for Techiman and the communities around Techiman. I wish you well. Right? But for now, you're discharged. You hear from us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm most grateful.
You're discharged. Thank you. Colleagues, thank you. We will have to quickly vacate the room, the chamber, for plenary business. Tomorrow, 9 a.m.
9:30, we can't do 9, 9:30.
just had good people around me, I think, that knew who I was. So they were like, girl, if I had this your body, I would do this. Pastors' wives are doing it, politicians, lawyers, doctors, everyone is just getting their body done. So, but I think because I was the first person to sort of do it, I'm the Ghana Kim Kardashian, so yeah. And I've done a lot of things I'm not so proud of, but I just cry over it and I'm like, you know what? I'm still going to fight and become a better version of myself.
Who, in what profession, or what kind of person in any other profession would you never date?
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today deny funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
So this is me trying to do a sketch of the brown-haired man you just saw on the wall. I'm not sure how I fared, but I can tell you for a fact that this looks nothing close to what it's supposed to look like. And this is only the start of an entire animation process. You remember our favorite folk tales from the past? Those about the crafty, cunning Anansi and his wife Okonoria, their children, and all of those interesting ones. Well, we could largely say that they were taken over by the Western stories, and not so much has been heard of them in recent times. But we have a Ghanaian who is trying to take us back in time, and he's trying to do beauty that tell the Ghanaian story. You can call it the Ghana cartoons. He's doing a fantastic job at that. This is the first of an exciting, fun-packed and thrilling all-new season of the People and Places show right here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Wandami Hagan. We'll be right back for more of the details and to meet our guests. Do stay.
Hi, my name is Francis Y. Brown, and I'm the Creative Director and CEO at Animax FYB Studios.
Yeah, so welcome back. I promised we would meet our guest after that break, and he just introduced himself. I'm guessing your name is part of your studio name?
Yes.
Animax FYB. So the FYB is for Francis
acronym, yes.
Y. Brown. And what do you call what you do?
So what we do, I personally call it Koliko.
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 Koliko simply means animation.
That's like the cartoons we've known all this while.
Yes. There is a bit of a difference between cartoons
and animation. Okay.
Cartoons are normally the gags that we used to read in the newspapers and all that, like
the drawings,
funny drawings and all that. So that's
those don't move.
Cartoon caricature stuff.
Okay.
And animation is the ones that we see on TV, the drawings that has been given life, like the Scooby-Doo's, the Tom and Jerry's.
Brown, you must be Fante?
Yeah, I'm a Fante.
So you grew up in the central region?
No, not central
Western
region. I'm from the Western region, so I'm not a Fante, I'm a hunter. Because the Westerners are hunters and Zimas. You
started the whole animation thing in the Western region?
So that is where the idea was birthed in me. I grew up there. I was born in Takrade.
Okay.
I was actually born at Sekendi Zongo, and I grew up in Takrade Township, where I went to school at Bishop Esia Memorial, and I did my secondary school at St. John's School, a boys' school at Takrade. Then from Takrade, I moved to Accra to stay with my dad at Tema.
Okay.
Then I moved to Accra itself for my tertiary education at NAFTI.
So when you say it was birthed in Takrade, you started drawing or sketching in Takrade. At which point did this whole thing start for you?
Actually, I want to think that I was born an artist, because growing up, all that I've known is art. So I was even serving under a sign artist, a road sign artist, when I was at the age 13.
Okay.
Whilst I was in GHS or GSS as at the time, I was going to this art workshop to serve there, to wash brushes, paintings. Sometimes I do some layout sketches for my senior colleagues over there, so that they do the paintings on it and all that. And I was also using car ties to create all sorts of artworks. I was using clay to create pots and all. So art has been something that has been within, but when it comes to animation, it has also been something that has stuck with me from a very tender age. At the age, say 7, 8, I was watching a lot of animations, a lot of classical animations from Warner Bros. And Disney.
Yeah.
So yeah, it struck my interest, and I always try to mimic those characters that I saw in the shows. So I pick a pen, pencil, color pencil, and draw on a paper like a Rapunzel, or draw Scooby-Doo, or Shaggy. I was always having a photographic memory of these characters and replicate it on my art books or my sketchbooks. And it got to a point where I had to make a decision. That's secondary school, what course I need to do. And everybody was telling me, you know you're an artist, so it's easy for you. So visual art is what you got to do. I did visual art, and from secondary school, I wanted to go to an animation school. And unfortunately, I felt there was no animation school in Ghana. So I was trying to raise some money, capital to go. It didn't work out.
Where exactly did you want to go? You didn't have a place in mind?
I didn't have a place in mind, but later on, I got to know about South Africa.
Okay.
So I just wanted to go spend about just 3 months to learn how to create animations. And I saved and saved. I didn't get money. Yeah, so I was working in a graphic designing company at Tema, where I got introduced to National Film and Television Institute, not knowing they were offering animation. And DS was 2D, but as of the time, I started learning 3D from book and also tutorials, but I hadn't gotten the opportunity so much to practice with the machine. So when I got the opportunity to do it, it was a very short period of time where I had to go to school, and NATI was offering 2D. So it was there that I really got myself immersed in the art of production, animation production, where you get to learn the do's and the don'ts of the filmmaking aspect of animation. Yeah, so I did 2D there. Then along the way, I picked up my 3D again, but I got to know that I was so in touch and in love with 2D that I mastered in 2D. And after school, the studio started, where I incorporated 3D and 2D.
This was at which age?
So I started the studio at a very early age, at the age 25, 26.
Wow.
Yeah.
Right after NAFTI?
Yes, right after school.
And how did you get the funds?
So some of my friends call me a magician, basically. It was not like I had some capital given to me by a family member or a saved amount of money in a bank account. No, I wasn't having it. I basically graduated with just 2 CDs in my pocket.
Wow. And with that 2 CDs?
I actually have an article titled 2 CDs and a Dream.
I see.
So I was just left with that amount of money in my pocket, almost all homeless, because I went to negotiate with my school to allow me to sleep in a hostel for at least a week whilst I sort myself out with accommodation. And I was fortunate enough to have a friend allow me to come stay in her house. She was having 1 room that she could spare. She was also about to leave the country for the UK. So there was a bit of pressure on me to be able to raise some funds to either move from that place or find money to continue renting the place.
But how come you had all of these issues? Where was your family in all of this?
Well, my family story is a long one that I would like to tell sometime in the future, not now.
But your parents weren't available at the time?
They are alive and they are available, but for certain circumstances that I don't know why, they couldn't really help that much.
Okay.
But they haven't really been in my life like that, so that is another story for another day. So when I got this apartment, fortunately for me, because of, I would say, my goodwill, I've done a lot of work for people, and I've created a lot of good network in the space of art and also filmmaking. So right after school, I started getting all sorts of opportunities. And, with this, I'm basically a full all-round filmmaker. So I can shoot, I can edit, I can do sound, I can do visual effects, I can animate. So I started getting these gigs that were allowing me to travel around, take pictures, shoot videos, come and edit for some corporations. And through this, I was able to raise funds to start renting that particular house that I went to stay in at Kokomemle. Then I turned that space into the studio space quickly. But all the same, I was also doubling with me being an assistant lecturer at the film school. Yeah, I was teaching techniques of animation. I was doing my national service at the same time running animation studio. I actually emerged as the overall best animation student, yes, and also overall best student for that year group. I won best film for that year group, and yeah, that goes to tell a lot or say a lot about the kind of person I was at the film school.
At Kokomlemle, how many people were you working with?
So I was working with 2 other people. What happened was I had a guy who really believed in the journey, believed in the vision, and so he completed before I completed, and he didn't go to NAFTI. He went to Winneba. His name is Richard Opoku. And Richard was a very good friend of mine, and what happened was he said he would wait for me because he believes in my vision, and once I'm done with school, he will come and work with me. And he was based in Kumasi. So right after school, I didn't even start national service when I got that house. So I told him to come. So when he came, I gave him one of the rooms, and I kept one because it was 2 bedrooms. So as time moved on, some few months along the way, we had another person who was interested to work with us. And this is all because I was getting a lot of people telling me, hey, I want to work with you, but I wasn't ready because I need to sustain them. So what I did was I was working with my national service allowance, and also the gigs that I get to pay these guys so that they can feel comfortable enough to work whilst I'll be out there trying to get work and sustainability for the studio. But I'll get all of these things and also come back and sit and animate with them. And we added Mark Tutu. So now we are 3 people in that space, and our whole space became the studio space. I saw the need to train some of my colleagues from the film school to understand how this animation thing works, how the pipeline also works in real field, because a lot of them come out and they end up becoming directors and editors instead of animators. Yes. So quickly I made negotiations at the administration, and they started giving us students for internship. So this is how we were able to build some form of capacity at Kokomemle to be able to quickly grow. But we were also getting a lot of accolades in the animation world, especially in Africa, because my final year of production, that's Agokoli, really went far and was winning a whole lot of awards and also mentions, which brought a lot of attention to myself and the studio.
So from Kokumleme, with about 3 people, you moved here to your current location?
No, so from Kokumleme, what happened was we grew. We grew bigger at Kokumleme. We became about 6 people. Yeah, we grew up to 6. And the space couldn't contain us anymore. And we had to move. So we moved straight from Kokomemle to East Legon, where everything is at now.
So how many people do you work with now?
Currently, we work with about 10 to 12 people, but we are scaling up to about 25 to 30.
So you mentioned Agokoli. Was that your first work?
Agokoli is actually my third work, if I should say.
What was your very first work like?
Yeah, my very first work, The Beggar. The Beggar is my very first work. I produced it in the year 2009.
Okay.
And anytime I look at it, The Beggar is what actually propelled me and gave me the confidence, because when I was producing it, I didn't have any idea about editing or even the real technique of animation. But I had the passion to tell a story. And there was a conference going on, film conference going on, which was allowing filmmakers to present their works and students to also present their works. And I was determined to enter into that. It was a CBA at the British Council, which was organized by John Akonfra, the British filmmaker. So after producing The Beggar, a very good friend of mine from the school told me, hey, I don't think you should present this film. I said, why? He said, it doesn't look good. You're going to embarrass yourself.
Okay.
I said, you know what, leave me alone. I'm going to show it. And when we were saying this, we were in a bus going and I was rendering this work on someone's laptop. So when we got there, we were asked to show the works, and when we showed it, after showing it, I had a standing ovation. Almost for 5 minutes. Yeah, and I was surprised because that was my first film.
Okay.
But it wasn't too much of the technicalities, but rather the story that I was telling.
Yeah, it's very really interesting. What was the concept behind this whole story?
The concept behind it is about how people like to spend lavishly on the dead. You know, we like to spend on dead bodies too much, on funerals.
Did something inspire that story?
Yes, something definitely inspired it. Everything that I do is normally inspired by myself, something I've been through, or something someone is going through. So there was this time at the Nafti hostel. That's where I was staying. One vacation, I was staying there. I didn't have anywhere to go on vacation, so I'll plead with the administrators to allow me to stay. So I stay and I pay something small.
Okay.
So I was there and I wasn't having anything to eat, honestly. I wasn't having money. All that I had was curry. And a friend of mine too was having sugar. So we had water.
So you added your curry and sugar,
yes.
and then...
But then as we were making this mix, we started pondering on life, and we're like, okay, so if we should die now, honestly, we'll have family members coming to cry and spend money. No matter what, they will pay for tents, pay for chairs, pay for minerals for people to come and drink and eat. But meanwhile, what killed us maybe hunger. So as we were saying there, I was like, okay, this is a beautiful idea for a concept for an animation film. So I will work on it. So I started working on it, and the opportunity availed itself for me to make it public, and I went to show.
And that's how
And
it went.
when we came back, the rector of the school called me, congratulated me, saying that I've really made the school proud. So that gave me a lot of confidence in my storytelling, my narrative, and
it moved on from there.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll come back to the conversation, but we are speaking to the brain behind Animax FYB Studios, the producers of the beautiful Ghanaian animations we've been seeing out there. His name is Francis Brown. He's been telling us about his very first artwork, which is The Beggar. We'll take a quick look at that and return to the conversation. Welcome back from that break. We are still in the studios of internationally recognized animator Francis Y. Brown. He's been telling us his story. Why did you choose Ghanaian stories? Why did you choose to go the African way?
It's because that's all that I know. If I wake up, my experiences around my people. If I want to draw or I want to imagine anything, it's mostly the people, the faces that I see, the experiences that I go through. So it only made sense for me to replicate what I see and what I feel, my experiences through this medium, that's animation. But at the same time too, when we go, when I thought about it in a deeper level and also being very conscious about it, I noticed that we as black people, or we as Africans per se, we've been a little bit marginalized in this field where our stories haven't been told in this form, in animation, on bigger platforms, on a bigger screen. So it only made sense for me to use my skills and abilities to tell our stories. Just if you don't tell your story, someone will tell it for you, and not in the way that it's supposed to be.
Okay, so what goes into a typical animation creation? What's the process? If you sit down to work on a project, where do you start from and end?
So animation, there's something that I say. Being an animator or someone who works in the field of animation, it's like you being a god, like you're a demigod straight, because what you do is you're creating worlds. And so creating these worlds, it means that there are several departments. People who just sketch the characters, people who create the costumes, people who do the cleanups on your drawings, people who break the characters, people who model the characters, people who even put hair on the characters, they groom them, like the way you go to a salon to make your hair.
Yeah.
We also have people who specialize in creating hair for the characters. Eyelashes, eyebrows, the hair itself, beard, people who also animate it, people who light your world, your scenes, people who build the environment, and people who create, sketch out the environment before the modelers even build it, like architects. So animation is a big field to be explored by all sorts of people, even all sorts of career paths meet along the way.
So we want to practicalize what we are talking about. I'm seeing something on your screen, looks like a sketch. So is this where you start from? If you want to create an animation, you draw first?
Yes.
Can you just take us through?
This is basically a 2D animation that I did. It's just a sequence. And with animation, you create different sequences and you merge it into one to make a scene.
Okay.
And merging all these scenes into one creates the full film. So this particular one is a frame. So what you do is you create different frames with different movement actions in it. And in animation, for you to have a second, it means that you have to draw or expose an image 24 times, sometimes 25 times, sometimes 30 times. The more the frames, the slower your thing becomes. So if you want to have a slow motion, you can have about 60 frames, 100 frames, 200 frames. It depends on how super slow-mo you want to get it. But the standard framing is 24.
Okay.
But the Japanese and the Asians have found a way to limit the frames to 12. That is the anime style. But still, when you come to your editing software, it turns it back to 24 because you need to expose it on 24 frames before you can get a second.
Okay.
So for you to get back, it's 24 minutes, 24
4
drawings.
frames. Wow.
Yes. And these frames come together to make a shot. So with this one in particular, I have just about 13 frames. I've animated 13 frames to create the movement.
What are we looking at?
So we are looking at someone who fell down and seemed to have broken the neck, twisted the shoulder. So he's trying to crack his neck to feel good. So he's readjusting his neck.
Okay.
So doing this, you'd have to draw frame by frame. So I've already done the sketch. And the next stage will be you to ink it. Inking it means that you're making your lines finer and preparing it for painting.
How long does it take to do, say, a project, one project?
It depends on the complexity of the project, and it depends on the technique. Typically for a project like Kilo and Quarter, we used solid 1 month to do all the pre-production work. So creating the backgrounds, creating the characters, creating the costume, creating their skin shaders, and all that. Any other accessories that comes to the characters, we use a month. Then when it comes to animating it, we use about 10 to 14 days to animate about 45 to 60 seconds of it, which is an episode of that because it's skits. Then we use about 4 or 5 more days to render, but we've shortened it to about 3 days for rendering for the skits.
Okay.
So give or take on, you know, we have about 3 weeks producing an episode, and the editing, sound design, and also rendering it out as a final, exporting it as a final
within 3 weeks.
Project. Within 3 weeks,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
Which is, to some studios or to some people, it's extreme because people will use months to create what we create within 3 weeks. But we've built a solid pipeline in such a way where we start and finish in a very fast way, but you still get your quality.
Okay, so after inking, the next step is
Painting.
painting.
Yeah.
And then
So
after painting,
after painting, you do your shading. That is, if you don't want to leave your colors to be flat, that's where you add your light source, your shades where the shadows are falling and all that on the character. Then you go to, but as the animators are doing this and the painters and the inkers are doing this, you have the background artists and the concept artists also sketching and painting the backgrounds that the character will be sitting on or be standing on to do whatever it needs to do. So there's no one thing that happens straightforward in an animation studio. A lot of moving parts happen simultaneously.
Okay.
Yes, that's how animation works. So, but if you want to focus on just the character, right after the inking, you paint it.
So the individual projects being worked on, how are they put together eventually to create the final work?
So when the animators are done and when the background artists are done, normally the background artists finish before the animators, so that the animators will use the background as their placeholders to animate.
Okay.
Once everything is done, it goes to someone who does the lighting, the key lighting, to create the mood, the atmosphere for the film. Once that person is done, normally for small studios is that same person who will render out the work. So you light it and you render it out. Then it goes on to a compositor. This compositor is the person then who will use this rendered files with also visual effects, bring in visual effects, bring in all the other assets and elements that the particular scene needs. So you bring in your backgrounds, you bring in your characters, you create your shadows, you create your lights, you add in your effects to make the shot or the particular composition harmonious.
Okay.
Then it goes to the editor, the final editor. So this editor picks up all these footages that they get from the compositor, edit it in a sequential order to tell a story. Then they will do the first rough cut of the film with the director. Then it goes to the sound designer. So this sound designer does the Foley's. If I say Foley, when someone is walking, it's recorded separately.
Okay.
When someone is talking, so the voiceovers, you sync it to the images. You add your Foleys and you play the music that needs to come you have to also add all the special effects, sounds that needs to be created for the film. Then it comes back to the editor to lay it under the pictures, then it goes out.
Okay, so that's about creating the artwork. I've seen a few of your works. It doesn't look like you have the voiceover effect. You just have some sounds which are supposed to tell the story on its own.
Now, that's for a particular project, Kile Amkwata. It is intentional. That is another technique of filmmaking. We have the silent film.
Okay.
And we have the film with audible voices. I think I love silent films because that shows your skills in storytelling. You should be able to tell a story with just images and with no dialogues. Then if your audience are able to really reciprocate, then it means that you're telling a story, you're good at making films. But if all the time, this was an advice given to us by a film lecturer of ours, that if you're able to turn off your sound and watch a film and appreciate it, then you've made a good film. So I always try as much as possible with some of these small projects, make it into a silent film. And also the idea of working with voice actors in Ghana too is a little bit dodgy because we don't have people who have mastered in voiceovers for animation.
Okay.
So you only get someone who has a fair idea, and you have to define it to the point
which
where
makes the process
it's
long.
too much of a process to go through.
But do you intend doing that in the near future?
It's part of our near future plans to build capacity in all these fields.
Okay, the works I see so far are very short clips. Is that your style, or do you intend to do like a whole story, maybe an hour?
Yes, we intend to do long format projects, and that's why we are about to even expand our team. And if I talk about near future, we are sitting in it. So,
so how many people are we looking at for FYB Studios in the next year, like 2022?
2022, 30 to 50.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And does it pay in Ghana, animation?
Straightforward, it doesn't.
It doesn't?
It doesn't. I won't lie to you, it doesn't. But there is, I'm not discouraging anyone. It doesn't, but it is becoming something that people are becoming aware of. People are starting to appreciate it. Organization no more see it as that thing for children, but now see it as a tool which can easily be consumed by anybody without pushing your agenda, forcing it on them. Animation has that cool factor to it.
So then how do you survive currently? Because you have 25 people to pay and you have a studio to maintain.
Yes.
And you are doing something that is not generating local resources. How do you manage that?
I feel I always see the world as a play field for me. I don't limit myself to just the place that I sit in. So I always expand my tentacles to be appreciated where it is appreciated. So if I'm in Ghana and because I'm born in Ghana and I'm not being appreciated in Ghana, I wouldn't limit myself or feel depressed in this situation, but rather be looking out there for places and who wants my service or who wants to work with me. But also in Ghana, there are people who understand some of these things and work with us.
So what is the main reason you think is behind the whole indifference to arts and animation in Ghana? Why do you think it's not thriving? Why do you think people are not buying the idea?
I can't put a finger on a singular thing, a singular problem. I think I will definitely lay my blames on the creatives and also lay it on the government. It needs to be a PPP thing, public-private initiative, where the stakeholders we need to engage the government and tell them, hey, this is how things can be done and this is how best we can help the country and the economy to grow. So this is the kind of support we need from you. And the government also needs to be very flexible and open to listen to us and come to the table and make things work.
But have you tried doing that?
We've done it all. We've done it all, and I'm someone who I feel like I don't have much time to spare. I don't have too much time to wait and
till
waste
someone
energy.
Is ready for you.
Yeah, so with the small resource that I have, with the small knowledge I have, and the people who believe in this vision, I run with it.
So what's the reception in other places like?
It's been huge. Animax started off on a very good foot. The studio itself honestly made good reputation outside Ghana before even Ghanaians got to know about us. We've been here all along, but a lot of people didn't know about us. Till I think 2019, when we outdoored our proof of concept for Tutu, that's when people started getting to know us. And when Amazon Prime also came in with the Mofra deal, and then everything went haywire. But we've been here and we've been appreciated a lot outside these walls of Ghana.
In places like?
In places like Europe, in places like America, in places, even in Africa, in places like Kenya.
So when you talk about appreciation, what are we looking at?
Okay, so when we talk about appreciations, we are talking about people who engage us on a daily basis, who encourage us, who kind of see what we're doing and see the bigger picture, and also to the point of even giving us gigs to work on to sustain us. Okay. Because we've not been sustained at all by Ghanaian companies like that. And it goes to tell you how less they know about what we do. And it's a bit hard and it's a bit, I don't know how to put it, very hard to go educate someone as to how your service will help them. It comes off as you being standoffish sometimes because they've been doing whatever they're doing and it works for them. Yeah. So you coming in to tell them, hey, we are here, animation works, we can do this, we can do that for you. It becomes a little bit sketchy, but we try sometimes.
Okay.
We failed so many times.
but you still move. I mean,
yes, we keep on doing it.
Since you started your project, your studio, what has been your most challenging artwork or project?
Our most challenging artwork has been,
it's hard to choose.
It's hard to choose. But now I'll put it on Mofra.
Okay.
Yeah, Mofra is a 70-minute project, which is a long format, what you asked. But it has 8 different shows. And with these 8 different shows, the studio was able to produce in-house about 5 of them.
Okay.
And we used external producers to produce 3. And also we did all the other graphics that is related to the show. Working with about 70 people to produce that was very challenging and tough. And also getting the budget to meet everybody's need because they are not coming to work for free. You need to pay them. That was also a tough challenge on me as a person and my small pockets.
Can imagine.
Yeah, but we stuck with it. We stayed true to it for 2 years in the making, and we came out successfully.
So, just to end, if I'm a young and upcoming boy or girl, and I feel like I know how to draw something, I want to get to your level, and with all the challenges and the environment around us, what would you have to tell me to encourage me?
So to get to my level, I don't see myself at any level yet. But one thing I would say is determination. Every day my ambition grows bigger. Whatever I want to do, I get fresh ideas. I always put myself in a very positive mindset where nothing brings me down. Like you need to have that warrior mindset of, I'm conquering this. I need to make it happen. No matter what, I will make sure it works. So each and every day you work on yourself, you practice, you learn new things, you expose yourself to people, you show them what you've done, open yourself for positive criticism, because some criticism can actually bring down your spirit. So you open yourself to the positive ones, and you grow from there. Keep on consistency. That's the magic in what we do.
And how do I get to learn from you if I want to join Animax FYP?
If you want to join, you send us a portfolio. Our able animation head will go through it with myself, the creative director, and we'll give you feedback. But learning from us, we are working on that to make it possible for people to learn from us how we're able to achieve what we achieve. Yeah.
Okay.
We've not gotten to the stage of getting people in to come and learn yet, but we have plans for that, because we definitely have to build. It is an obligation of ours, for being the first animation hub in Ghana, to build capacity in animation in this country. Okay. It's a big and a huge task of ours, and we need to take responsibility. Finally,
before I take leave of you, I see you work with a team. Of course, I can't just speak to you and leave your team members. So can you just do a quick intro? Tell me the people I'm seeing who are working on the projects here.
We are currently under a major restructure, so our team is not complete. This is not the full team, but we have over here African.
Hello.
He's Ibrahim.
Okay.
We have 6. 6 is called Mahmoud. We have Mr. Sheyi Kelanko. Sheyi is our head of animation.
Okay.
We have Charles Sam.
Hi.
And we have Bias.
The only lady standing.
The only lady standing.
Hi. How'd you do?
Hard chick. Yes. The others are yet to come, but will come very soon.
Thank you so much, Francis, for sharing your story.
Thank you.
I'm inspired. I may come to learn a few things from you.
For sure.
But you're doing a great job, that we know.
And
thank you for making time to speak to GhanaWeb and people and places.
Thanks for visiting us.
So we've been speaking to you from the studios of Animax FYB, and we've been speaking to the founder, Francis Y. Brown. He has an intriguing story, and I've learned a lot. I'm sure you did too. This is just the first, like I said. There's a lot more to come on this season of People and Places here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Wandami Hagan. Join us in the next edition.
had good people around me, I think, that knew who I was. So they were like, girl, if I had this your body, I'll do this. Pastors' wives are doing it, politicians, lawyers, doctors. Everyone is just getting their body done. So, but I think because I was the first person to sort of do it, I'm the Ghana Kim Kardashian. So yeah, and I've done a lot of things I'm not so proud of, but I just cry over it and I'm like, you know what? I'm still going to fight and become a better version of myself.
Who, in what profession, or what kind of person in any other profession would you never date?
In 2003, he had a terrible experience when he got involved in a road accident. And after this, he decided that nobody else should go through this same experience. So he decided to embark on a nationwide road safety campaign. Our guest today and the ambassador for GhanaWeb's road safety campaign is Bice Osei-Kuffour. We popularly know him as Obo. Big boss. It's me. It's been so many years, over 16 years since you had this accident. We want to take you back. I'm sure it's not a pleasant experience and nobody would like to recount it, but we want you to go back in time and share the whole experience, when it happened, what happened, how you went through the whole phase.
All right, thank you. And let me begin by congratulating GhanaWeb for embarking on such an initiative, such a campaign. Road accidents, it is something that is a joint responsibility. It shouldn't be one person's responsibility. So, just to your question, in the year 2003, budding musician, touring around, traveling, performing. On a fateful night, it was the 28th of December, we were scheduled to perform at the carnival, which was, then it was called the Vibrant Street Carnival in Accra. So it was myself, a few of my handlers, and then my PA, his girlfriend, my dancers, so we had my car and then another car behind us, We left home, charged up. I think we had slept, so we woke up around 12 or 1-ish. En route, the carnival. We had the right of way on the Mortuary Road. We had already gone past the Latebiokoshi intersection, so we were almost heading towards Obechebilamte circle. And then there was a military van, a military pickup. I'm sure this was the time where the police I think crime had increased around that era, so the police had several patrols going on. And I don't know whether they were chasing somebody or not, because what I remember is we had the right of way, it was late, traffic lights were amber, so we were going straight. So the car, there was no car coming from the other side, and plus we got to the intersection. So when we got to the intersection, I thought I had right of way, so I was moving. So before we could say jack, there was a massive collision. Sadly, one of our friends passed. May her soul rest in peace. And then we all sustained several degrees of injuries.
How long did you spend
to recover?
Yeah.
Give or take about 3 months. About 3 months.
What was the degree of your injury?
It wasn't massive. I had a fractured arm. I had a few cuts, deep cuts on my faces because I think I got in contact with the windscreen, the windshield, and then I had my both wrists for about 2 months. I couldn't turn any key.
You couldn't move it.
Yeah, I couldn't really use it to. What I remember is I couldn't open my door. So anytime I have to lock my door, somebody has to come and do it for me, you know.
But were any of you in the car wearing your seat belts?
At that time, I think we were all wearing our seatbelts. I think at that time we were all wearing our seatbelts. So what I attributed that accident to was it was an accident. So once accidents happen, it was maybe we could have paid more attention from my side as a driver. I could have paid more attention, slowed down very much, like slowed down to the barest minimum speed. Anytime you get to an intersection when traffic lights are amber. Because once traffic lights are amber, it means watch and go. You look, make sure
no
it's clear.
cars.
And then, so we were from the back and we thought we had right of way. So we watched, we didn't see any car. So we thought we could go. But I'm sure if we had reduced our speed, when the police vehicle was making the U-turn,
powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger.
When you meet a lady and you desire her, of course, if you were to tell her that, look, my good lady, I like you, I love you, but you won't be the only one in my life, she will cut you off. Because in her Christian upbringing, she's told that one man, one woman.
You might think that, okay, ladies have been programmed to want monogamy. You will be shocked to find out how many would want polygamy.
A lot of the mamas, if they'll be truthful to the universe and come out clear, would tell the truth that a good number of their firstborn children are not the partners they officially are married to.
I am pretty sure that if you were to do a survey, a lot of men now would want to carry out DNA tests on their children.
They are horrible, they are poor, they are lazy, they don't like hard work, for which reason the partner left them. But in all that negativity, perhaps they are good with licking.
He might be good at licking, but the moment you've made up your mind to be with Mr. A, then you have to close your mind to licking.
powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.